प्रतीक्षा प्रिंट ले आओ। हाँ ठीक है। गौरव सर बुके वालों को बुला लो तो एक बार सीक्वेंस चेक कर लेते हैं। नाउ इट्स टाइम टू, ये मेरी हाइट पे सेट कर दो, ये वाला। आइए हम सभी दीप प्रज्वलन कर मां सरस्वती का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करें और सभा का शुभ आरंभ करें। मैं इसके लिए मंच पर आसीन समस्त गणमान्यों से निवेदन करती हूं कि वह दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए आए। मानसी में बुके वाला रेडी है? हाँ। Now it's time to start the proceedings of our program by felicitating our honorable guest. Let's give a warm floral welcome to our honorable guest, whose presence is indeed a source of great inspiration to us all. May I request Professor Suranjan Das, President AIU and Vice Chancellor, Jadavpur University, Kolkata, to present a bouquet to our Chief Guest Vinay Kumar Saxena ji as a token of our love and respect. Bulao. फिर से बोलो। I request Professor Suranjan Das ji, President AIU and Vice Chancellor Jadavpur University, to present a bouquet to our chief guest Vinay Kumar Saxena ji, Uprajyapal Delhi, as a token of our love and respect to them. I take this opportunity. इसके बाद may now I request our honorable CEO, Mr. Dhruv Galgotia, to present a bouquet to our esteemed guest, Professor Suranjan Das. Next. May I request our honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Preeti Bajaj, to present a bouquet to our esteemed guest, Professor Pankaj Mittal, General Secretary, AIU.
ये सबको लोड कर दिया, सबको लोड कर दिया। ये Accreditation देखो
be seated as our chief guest will be here in any moment. I also request you to please don't cross the cameras as live cameras are going on, and keep your mobile phones on silent mode. It's a very humble request to all present here. May I request all to please occupy front rows. Our chief guest will be here in any moment. I request you all to please occupy front rows. Sir, ma'am, sitting in the last rows, please come to front rows. Esteemed guest, they have come all the way from faraway places to grace the occasion. So please come to the front rows. आप सभी से निवेदन है कि जो पीछे की पंक्तियों में बैठे हैं वो प्लीज आगे की पंक्तियों पर आ जाएं, और यह भी मेरा निवेदन है कि हमारे यहाँ आज भारत के उत्तर क्षेत्रों के विभिन्न विभागों से कुलपतिगण आए हैं, उनको रास्ता दें और उनको आगे की पंक्तियों के लिए लीड करें.
Hello. Yeah, attention all those people who are from Galgotias University who are sitting behind. जो पीछे बैठे हैं प्लीज आप हमें एलजी आएंगे, चीफ गेस्ट आएंगे तो सामने की सीटें
कोई ऐसा इश्यू नहीं होता है।
बाकी बढ़िया वो हो गया जी, कोई दिक्कत आई नहीं।
बोल रहा हूँ मेरा नाम। एक बार वीडियो कॉल दो अगर जरूरत है तो। अच्छा।
कनेक्ट है।
ठीक है ना, हाँ हाँ ठीक है।
अगर कॉलेज वाले थोड़ा बहुत अगर हेल्प कर
नहीं, यूनिवर्सिटी देती है, 100% रिफंड करती है।
अच्छा
सर थोड़ा बहुत भी नहीं, 100% करती है। पर उसकी कंडीशन ये है कि कुछ ऐसा प्रूफ तो हो कि भाई ये
फाइलिंग का तो रहेगा पूरा, वो तो पूरा रहता है सर, वो तो गवर्नमेंट पूरा साइन करके मिलता है कि इतना पेमेंट को इतना।
Hello. उद्यमेन हि सिद्ध्यन्ति कार्यानेन मनोरथा नाहि सुप्तस्य सिंहस्य प्रविशन्ति मुखे मृगा। समारोह के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय उपराज्यपाल दिल्ली श्री विनय कुमार सक्सेना जी, विशिष्ट अतिथिगण माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ एवं जाधवपुर विश्वविद्यालय के माननीय कुलपति श्री जी, माननीय महासचिव महोदया भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ श्रीमती प्रोफेसर पंकज मित्तल जी, विश्वविद्यालय की माननीय कुलपति सुश्री डॉक्टर प्रीति बजाज जी, मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी श्री ध्रुव गलगोटिया जी, यहाँ उपस्थित उत्तर भारत के विभिन्न विश्वविद्यालयों से आए कुलपतिगण एवं अन्य उपस्थित आदरणीय अतिथिगणों का मैं अमृता त्यागी विश्वविद्यालय शोध विभाग समन्वयक भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ की तरफ से सभी का विश्वविद्यालय के स्वामी विवेकानंद सभागार में हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ।
Albert Einstein has rightly said, the leader is one who, out of the clutter, brings simplicity, out of discord, harmony, and out of difficulty, opportunity. Respected learned delegates from North Zone, myself, Dr. Apeksha, Assistant Professor, School of Liberal Education, Galgotias University, a very warm good morning to one and all. Association of Indian Universities is one of the premier apex higher education institutions established in 1925. It is a research-based policy advice institution to the Government of India in the field of higher education, sports and culture, and internationalization. At present, it has a membership of 912 universities, including 14 international universities. Since its inception, it has been playing a vital role in shaping Indian higher education. AIU is one of the oldest universities association in the world, which is going to celebrate its 100th anniversary in the coming 2 years. In its long journey, many stalwarts who served AIU as its presidents are Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan, Dr. Syama Prasad Mukherjee, and Dr. Zakir Hussain. Today, we have gathered here for a 2-day Association of Indian Universities North Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2022-23 on internationalization for transformative higher education, hosted by Galgotias University, Greater Noida. Galgotias University achieves the highest benchmark towards academic excellence. It is the highest rating autonomous institute of the UGC, Ministry of Education, Government of India, endorsed with NAC A+, which makes it the only private university in Uttar Pradesh with highest NAC score. Galgotias University is both gratified and thankful. Gratified by the immensity of connoisseurs we see, and thankful that AIU has given us such a huge platform for meeting of intellects from all over the country for this gigantic initiation.
धन्यवाद महोदया. अस्तोमा सद्गमा, तमसोमा ज्योतिर्गमा, मृत्योमा अमृतम गमा. इन शब्दों के साथ मैं मंच पर आसीन मुख्य अतिथि महोदय श्री विनय कुमार सक्सेना जी से एवं अन्य उपस्थित गणमान्यों से अनुरोध करती हूं कि दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए आए. दीप प्रज्वलित कर मां सरस्वती का आशीर्वाद प्राप्त करें और सभा का शुभ आरंभ करें. मैं अपने विश्वविद्यालय के छात्रों से निवेदन करती हूं कि वह सरस्वती वंदना प्रस्तुत करें.
सा सा रे सनी नी सनी पा पा नि प म प म प ग म प नि धा धा ध स प प प नि मा मा प म ग म ग म प नि सा माँ सरस्वती शारदे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे, इस अज्ञान उदल से फूल, इस अज्ञान उदल से मीरा पानी तार दे, तार दे, तार दे. माँ सरस्वती शारदे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे. सूर्य ब्रह्म शिव विष्णु गजानन जिन चरणों को सेवते हे. सूर्य ब्रह्म शिव विष्णु गजानन जिन चरणों को सेवते. हम शिशु हैं अज्ञानी माता, इन चरणों का प्यार दे. पीना पानी तार दे, तार दे, तार दे. माँ सरस्वती शारदे, माँ सरस्वती शारदे, शारदे माँ शारदे, शारदे माँ शारदे.
Thank you. Now it's time to start the proceedings of our program by welcoming our honorable guests. Let us give a warm and floral welcome to our honorable guest, whose presence is indeed a source of motivation. May I now request Professor Suranjan Das, President AIU and Vice Chancellor Jadavpur University, Kolkata, to welcome our chief guest, Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Delhi. Now, may I take this opportunity to call our Honorable CEO, Galgotias University, Shri Dhruv Galgotia ji, to welcome our esteemed guest, Professor Suranjan Das, President AIU and Vice Chancellor Jadavpur University. Thank you. May I now request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Preeti Bajaj, to welcome our distinguished guest, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General, AIU. Again, may I request our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Preeti Bajaj, to give a floral welcome to our Honorable Chancellor, Shri Sunil Galgotia ji.
धन्यवाद अपेक्षा। किसी ने सत्य ही कहा है, किसी मिशन को पूरा करने के लिए एक रचनात्मक नेतृत्व की आवश्यकता होती है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं इंट्रोड्यूस कराना चाहती हूँ हमारी ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर प्रोफेसर डॉक्टर प्रीति बजाज। Having 32 years of rich administrative, academic and research experience, she is currently Vice Chancellor of Galgotias University, Greater Noida. She is a tech lady giving trust to research, innovations and entrepreneurship at Galgotias University. She is an active member of IEEE, volunteer for more than 20 years and has executed many leadership roles in IEEE. Under her leadership, Galgotias University has achieved many laureates as Excellence for Academic Digitalization by QSI-GOG, Elite Certification for Excellence in Excellent Ben by Area 2021. May now I request our Vice Chancellor ma'am to welcome all.
Thank you. Thank you, Amruta and Apeksha. I am privileged and honored that Association of Indian Universities has given us this golden opportunity to host AIU's North Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2020-22 at Galgotias University. On behalf of university and my behalf, I'm extremely delighted to welcome Chief Guest, Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena, Honorable Lieutenant General, Governor, Delhi. President AIU, Professor Suranjan Das, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, Chairperson, co-chairs, speakers of the sessions, the esteemed Vice Chancellors and delegate distinguished persons, government officials, AIU officials, Honorable Chancellor, Mr. Sunil Galgotia, CEO, Mr. Dhruv Galgotia, Pro-VC, Registrar, the faculties and the delegates. Very good morning. It's great pleasure to welcome galaxy of speakers, stalwarts in their own domains, great academicians and researchers who have made this environment very, very vibrant at this morning. This is truly unique platform that AIU provides to each one of us to come together and with a cause, a special cause to shape the generations and truly nation building activity. The Galgotias University, truly example of cultural diversity and harmony, wherein students from 30 states, the faculties from 28 states, and the students also from 28 countries, working hard toward round the clock to take the university on the global map. We are known for most affordable education with maximum 100% placement assurance, and our motto is student first. With this, since the day of inception 2011, we are marching towards globalization. The theme for this meet is on internationalization for transformative higher education. We may have different religion, different languages, different colored skin, but we belong to one human race. The theme is overarching theme for the NEP implementation in line with internationalization of higher education in Indian context. The internationalization, the process of integrating an international, intercultural or global dimension into the purpose, functions and delivery of post-secondary education. Internationalization of higher education in practice, the process of commercializing research and post-secondary. We have 3 sessions in next 2 days on various topics like international admissions, tie-ups, faculty exchange, student exchange, the research collaboration, India at international levels, and so on, which Dr. Pankaj Mittal will be elaborating. A few Indian higher educations already have appeared in world ranking universities, and QS22, around 35 institutions have placed, and many more would come in coming days. What is important is to focus on the latest potential of many more Indian universities who can equally do well. So further for this, probably this year's AIU North India Meet is focusing on internationalization. The National Education Policy 2020, which is built on foundation pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability, recommends the path-breaking reforms that can bring the paradigm shift and taking India abroad. With this purpose, which is really would make what India is at global level, I congratulate AIU and thank as well for giving us opportunity to host this esteemed North India Vice Chancellor's meet. The sincerity of the purpose shown by all of you, which makes us confident of effective implementation of the theme as well, and in the next 3 sessions, which are devoted with the presentations, deliberations, and discussion. I'm sure at the end of the meet, we'll have more clarity on the implementation roadmap as well. Once again, I extend warm welcome to Honorable Lieutenant Governor Shri Saxena Ji, Dr. Das, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Honorable Chancellor and esteemed Vice Chancellors. Let's come unite and deliberate for the cause. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for radiating the stage with your amazed vision. Now we have amongst us Professor Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities. She is one of the prominent women Secretary General of the association in its 97 years of existence. She is also the recipient of various awards and honors as President of India Award, First Padam Shri Subhashini Devi Award for contributions in societal development and community engagement. She has also served as a member of various high-powered committees and professional bodies. I'm extremely privileged to welcome Professor Pankaj Mittal to grace the stage with her presence. Ma'am, may I request you to kindly come to the stand and take this event forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Amrita. Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena Ji. Respected President of AIU, Professor Suranjan Das Ji, who is also the Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University. Esteemed Chancellor of Galgotias University, Shri Sunil Galgotias Ji. CEO of Galgotias, Shri Dhruv Galgotias Ji. Vice Chancellor of Galgotias University, Professor Preeti Bajaj Ji. Vice President of AIU, Professor G.D. Sharma Ji. Past presidents and members of the Governing Council of AIU. I see many past presidents. Professor D.S. Chauhan is there. Professor Thiru Vasagam is there. And many members of the Governing Council are here. distinguished chairpersons and speakers of the technical sessions and representatives of the apex bodies, esteemed vice chancellors who have come here traveling long distance, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to all of you to the AIU North Zone Vice Chancellors Meet on Internationalization for Transformative Higher Education. I would like to thank Galgotias University for hosting the zonal conference and making such lovely arrangements for all of you. I'm extremely grateful to the Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi for making it to this event and agreeing to our request for being the chief guest of today's program. The theme of the conference, as you all know, is internationalization for transformative higher education. Actually, every year we hold 6 conferences. One is main conference. This time the main conference will be held in the USTM University Meghalaya. The Vice Chancellor, Professor G.D. Sharma, who is also the Vice President of AIU, is also here. So that will be held on 23rd to 25th of March 2023. So the main theme is transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, and the 5 sub-themes of the zonal conferences are there, which lead to the main theme. And the theme for the first conference, which we are holding in the North Zone, is internationalization for transformative higher education. But before talking about the conference, let me share a little about the Association of Indian Universities, what AIU is and what are the recent achievements of AIU. So AIU is a body, as you were told, it is a 97-year-old body. It was established as an inter-university board on 23rd of March 1925, and it was registered as a society in 1967 as Association of Indian Universities. And stalwarts like Dr. Sarvapalli Radhakrishnan ji, Dr. Zakir Hussain, Dr. Mudalia, Dr. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, they have been the presidents of AIU in the past. At present, we have a membership of around 912 universities. You know that there are around a little less than 1,100 universities in the country. So out of that, 912 are the members of AIU. This includes 46 central universities, 370 state government universities, 118 deemed universities, 310 state private universities, 54 institutions of national importance, that is IITs, INIs, NITs, and we have 14 international universities as our associate members. So this is the strength of AIU. So AIU basically works as the bridge between the government and the universities. So if government has to implement something, we talk to our universities and we get it implemented. For example, implementation of NEP, AIU is playing a big role. Similarly, if universities have to voice something to the government, we are a voice for the universities. We do a lot of work with regard to capacity building of universities, research, publications, internationalizations. Especially we take care of the university vice chancellors through the vice chancellors meets, plus we hold roundtable for the newly appointed vice chancellors. We take care of the teachers by organizing many capacity building programs for the teachers. Recent is that we have established 10 AADCs. Some of the vice chancellors where AADC is here. So these are administrative and academic staff development centers where we will be training the teachers on how to use the technology for teaching, learning, for assessment and evaluation, for collaborations, and even the administrative staff of the universities for governance of higher education, that is controller of examinations, registrars, finance officers and all. In sports, we do a lot of activities. You would know Khelo India University Games, which is a flagship event. 2 Khelo India University Games have been held so far. Both were inaugurated by the Honorable Prime Minister. The first was held in KEET University, Bhubaneswar in 2020. It was held in 2 years back. In between, we could not hold because of the COVID. And the last Khelo India University Games were held in Jain University, Bangalore. So sports, we channelize the energy of the students through sports by holding many events, around 128 events. We call it inter-university sporting championships. 128 events are held, and there are something like 120 zonal tournaments. So a lot of sports activities are held by AIU, and this time again, you will be knowing for the first time, Asian University Games, volleyball is being held in KEET University, and World University Games, shooting is being held in Manav Rachna University. So till now we never had the opportunity to host these games. We also do equivalence of foreign degrees with the Indian degrees, and the equivalence of PG diploma offered by non-university institutions with the MBA, and the equivalence of fellow program with the PhD degree. And recently the government of India has also mandated us to do the equivalence of school boards. So recently 2 school boards have been approved by the AIU. Right now we are doing the computerization of AIU, complete computerization of AIU. And I hope most of the vice chancellors present here have logged into the AIU portal. Right now, 2 things are very active. One is AIU handbook, which we bring out after every 4 years. And in this handbook, the complete information about the university is there, and all the international as well as national universities refer to that handbook. So it is in your interest to fill up the information for the AIU handbook through the online portal. So unless you fill the information about your university will not appear in the handbook. So please fill up that information. Plus AIU VC seniority portal. So I have seen 3 days back, only one VC was talking to me that he is not on the governing council, but the reason was he didn't fill the VC seniority portal. So please fill up the VC seniority portal, because that determines who will be the president, vice president of AIU, who will be in the governing councils. And many a times the government also asks us the information that who are the senior VCs in the country. So please do fill the AIU VC seniority portal. 2-3 major initiatives I will talk about. One is AIU consultancy services. This again we have recently started, because many universities were finding it difficult to say achieve good rating in NAC or to get good ranking, and they didn't know how to go about it. So we are starting the AIU consultancy services to provide consultancy to the universities, that how to prepare documents, how to go in for NAC rating, NIRF ranking, implementation of NEP, internationalization of higher education, university industry linkages, SDG implementations. So all these things we are trying to help the universities. And the present conference is on internationalization. So I'll talk about internationalization, that we are now establishing a network called INHI, Indian Network of International Higher Education. And that network will be promoting internationalization in India. You know that right now, if you talk of the number of students, around 10 to 12 lakh students go out of the country and only 48,000 come to India, and that too from the neighboring countries only. So we want that India should become a destination for affordable quality education. So for promoting internationalization in the universities, we have established this network, because when we meet the vice chancellors, many vice chancellors say that we want to do internationalization, but we don't know how to go about it, whom to talk to, whom to collaborate with. So we are making this network to help our member universities to promote internationalization. Now, the 5 conferences, zonal conferences, which we'll be holding as a theme to the main conference of transformative higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, which will be held in USTM Meghalaya. This is the first conference in Galgotia. The theme is internationalization of higher education. The second conference will be held, the Vice Chancellor is right here, in ICFAI, Sikkim. The theme will be transformative pedagogies and technologies in higher education. This will be from 13 to 14 December. The Central University Vice Chancellor will be in Symbiosis University, Indore. Transformative curriculum for holistic and multidisciplinary higher education. South Zone Conference will be held in Andhra University, Visakhapatnam. The theme will be research and excellence in higher education. And the West Zone Conference will be held on 21st to 22nd February at Baba Saheb Ambedkar Marathwada University, Aurangabad. And the theme will be evaluation reforms in higher education. So why we chose this theme for Galgotia was that you know that in NEP, for the first time, a lot of importance has been given to internationalization. The NEP talks about establishing foreign campuses on Indian soil. Our universities will be going out and establishing their campuses. There is a provision for joint degrees, dual degrees, twinning programs. Transfer of credits is allowed, and then international students office in every university has been made mandatory if you really want to host international. So because of this, we thought that we should be promoting internationalization in a big way. One, to implement NEP, second, to transform higher education. So this 2-day event will be having 3 technical sessions. Technical session 1 will be on international international student and faculty mobility, how to ensure that the faculty and student mobility is there. Technical session 2 will be on international collaborations in research and teaching, that how to forge collaboration. Technical session 3 will be on promoting Indian higher education abroad. So these three sessions will be there for the 2 days. And I'm sure that this will really benefit the academia, and the recommendations of this conference will also be sent to the government if they want to take some policy decisions, depending on the conference of Vice Chancellors we are holding today. So all the best for the conference, and I'm sure the contributions made by each one of you will really enrich the recommendations of this particular conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, and welcome once again.
उसका कंप्लीट हमारा फॉर्मेट रेडी होता है जिसमें हम बच्चे का हर एक का इवैल्यूएशन के बाद जो कंप्लीट शीट उससे इवैल्यूएट करते हैं.
An institution like Galgotias cannot be possible without the endless efforts of a visionary like Honorable Shri Sunil Galgotia. Mr. Sunil Galgotia is the Honorable Chancellor of Galgotias University. A man of great vision with immense business acumen, he has visualized the need for a temple of higher learning in the remote areas of Greater Noida. He has transformed his vision into reality in the form of Galgotias University. His passion for institution building won him many laurels across the globe. A great supporter of innovation, he firmly believes that sustainable economic growth and development in society can be pitched only through innovation, and therefore there is a need for inducing innovative abilities in young minds. Now, may I request Sir to kindly come on the stage to address the gathering.
So you can join immediately.
Yes, sir. I don't have an issue. Please.
Mata Vaishno Devi.
Sir, वहाँ पे मेरा हांजी वर्कशॉप हुआ था.
Honorable Lieutenant Governor Vinay Kumar Saxena, Professor Suranjan Das, President AIU, Professor Pankaj Mittal, General Secretary AIU, Professor Preeti Bajaj, Vice Chancellor Galgotias University, Honorable Vice Chancellor, and distinguished guests. It is truly an honor to be hosting this year's first North Zone Vice Chancellor's Meet 22-23 by the Association of Indian Universities at Galgotias University. Today, we are privileged to have some of the finest minds in the field of education, representing the most prestigious universities of India here at Galgotias University. We firmly believe that such collaboration meets with collective needs, which involves stalwarts from the field of education, sharing the best practices, success stories, and challenges, will not only upgrade the quality of education in the country, but will ensure a healthy competition, which will drive up the student and faculty experience in academics and research. Today, Indian education is changing at a pace never seen before. With the implementation of NEP, universities are now open and more receptive to quality policies and good practices, thereby bringing academic excellence at the forefront. The topics ranging from internationalization of higher education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, international collaborations in research, to promoting higher education abroad are not only relevant subjects of discussion, but need collaborative deliberations which will strengthen the outcome and bring clarity of thought when implementing the takeaways by various academic leaders present here today. Galgotias University is home to international students from 28 countries, and we firmly believe that without diversity and exchange of culture, our university is incomplete. The importance of student exchange programs, cultural exchange programs, faculty exchange programs, research collaborations is well known to universities globally. It is indeed an honor to have the presence of His Excellency, the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena ji, who is passionate about education himself and is going to be grassroots level to bring up the standards of quality of education in Delhi. Thank you, sir, for taking the time for this inaugural session and motivating and guiding us to do even better. AIU has always been proactively at the forefront when it comes to all relevant and important events related to higher education. And I appreciate the efforts and commitment in bringing out all the best from the 912 universities that AIU has. I do hope that AIU will further entrust us with the boasting of National BC Meet in the future. I wish everyone an engaging session. Thank you so much.
धन्यवाद कुलाधिपति महोदय, आपके विचार हमारे लिए हमेशा ही प्रेरणा का स्रोत रहे हैं। यह अत्यंत हर्ष का गर्व का विषय है कि आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं प्रोफेसर सुरंजन दास, भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ के अध्यक्ष। मैं अत्यंत गर्व के साथ अध्यक्ष महोदय का परिचय कराना चाहूंगी। Professor Suranjan Das is the professor of the Association of Indian Universities, New Delhi, and the Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, Kolkata. He is also the honorary professor at the University of Exeter, UK. Earlier, Professor Das served the University of Calcutta as the Professor of History, Pro-Vice Chancellor, and Vice Chancellor. Professor Das is a distinguished fellow, Australia-India Institute, University of Melbourne, honorary professor at the University of Health, visiting professor of the British Academy, and visiting scholars to many national and international universities. श्रीमान महोदय, आप अपने विचारों से यहाँ उपस्थित अतिथिगणों का संचालन करें।
तो डॉक्टर भाटिया है, महिला सभा मुख्य रहे, तो उन्होंने कर दिया था। तो तो वो आपका पूछा था, अगर बताना है तो पूछ लो।
Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, respected Sri Vinay Kumar, respected Chancellor of Galgotias University, Sunil Galgotia ji, respected CEO of Galgotias University, my esteemed colleague at the AIU, the Honorable Secretary General of Mittal, esteemed Vice Chancellor of Galgotias University, Dr. Preeti Bajaj, esteemed Registrar of Galgotias University, Dr. Nitin Gaur, my esteemed colleague Vice Chancellors, and other distinguished members of the House, which include, among others, esteemed Vice President of AIU, Professor Sharma, my immediate predecessor, Professor Thirubasagam, other past presidents of the AIU. I'm happy to find amongst us Professor Chauhan after a long time, other colleagues of mine of the host university, and friends from the media. Today, on my own behalf and on behalf of the AIU, warmly and sincerely thank Galgotias University, especially respected Chancellor and esteemed Vice Chancellor, for hosting the 2022 North Zone Vice Chancellor's meet. I shan't take much of your time, since we are eagerly waiting to hear Honorable Sri Saxena, and we are indeed grateful to him for being with us today. It is indeed apt that discussion on internationalization of India's higher education is the focal point of the present meet. Since, as Dr. Mittal mentioned, the NEP 2020 has aptly stressed the internationalization of higher education, and internationalization remains an essential ingredient in today's discourse on higher education. But it is perhaps pertinent to point out that international connections in higher education is fundamentally not a new process. Internationalism is inherent in university education, and by definition, university is concerned with universalization of education. And India has a great tradition of internationalization in higher education, going back to more than 2000 years, and they referred to the experiments in Takshashila and Nalanda. Subsequently, the front-ranking Indian universities like Jawaharlal Nehru University, Delhi University, Jamia Millia, whose Vice Chancellor, Honorable Vice Chancellor, is present in the House, Calcutta, Madras, Mumbai, and Pune universities, among others, established international academic connections. But today, when we discuss the internationalization of higher education, we deliberate in a changed international context, resulting from globalization and inclusion of education as a service sector in the GATS regime. So now when we speak of internationalization of higher education, we do so in a broader competitive context. And India has to join this process of internationalization to make our education vibrant and compatible with the challenges of the time. India has sought to initiate the process of internationalization of higher education by proposing the Foreign Educational Institutions Bill 2020. However, that bill never became an act and nothing followed from it. But with the NEP 2020, internationalization of Indian higher education is receiving a new booster and a concrete shape. Various schemes have now already been announced, and Dr. Mittal has already referred to them, and AIU, under the leadership of Dr. Mittal, is also effectively participating in that process. Most importantly, as Dr. Mittal mentioned, there will be now foreign campuses in India, and our institutions of eminence will establish their own campuses abroad. However, we need to be aware that internationalization does not necessarily entail physical campuses of foreign universities in India. But there is also what is now called transnational education, where students in India would be able to take advantage of teaching learning process of foreign universities without actually spending the full tenure of a course in a foreign university. This system is being particularly promoted by British universities, and we need to take advantage of it. An important challenge for India's higher education is employability. The Confederation of Indian Industries find only 25% of technical graduates and 10 to 15% of other graduates as instantly employable. This is particularly alarming since the countries under 35 years of age will account for 1/4 of the global workforce by the end of the 2020s. Here, transnational education can help the Indian universities to develop industry-compatible courses which have already attained great heights in the Euro-American world, Australia, Japan, and China. Yet, when we join the process of internationalization of higher education, we need to be aware of certain concerns, and I take the opportunity of identifying some of them. First, we need to encourage the foreign providers not to restrict themselves with market-oriented and demand-driven professional and technical disciplines, but also to be involved with teaching learning process in humanities and social sciences. This is required since the NEP 2020 rightly stresses the imparting of holistic knowledge. Secondly, foreign universities need to be encouraged to go beyond metro cities. Otherwise, the regional and geographical imbalances in the spread of quality higher education in the country will be further strengthened, which again goes against the spirit of the NEP. Thirdly, access to foreign courses of foreign campuses should be such that students across class, caste, and gender can take advantage of the internationalization of higher education. Otherwise, we would be creating a new social divide amongst our student population, which again would be going against the dictum of the NEP. At the same time, it is pertinent to remember that internationalization of higher education is not really a brick and mortar question. Mere physical infrastructure is not the mere issue here. Recent studies show establishment of a foreign campus will not automatically ensure the implementation of the best practices of that foreign university. What we need is to imbibe the whole environment, the atmosphere, and the entire academic climate which have been developed by the world-class universities through ages. Fourthly, as we go in for internationalization of higher education, our higher education institutions should be prepared for foreign competition. And higher education institutions, especially the public universities, look forward to receiving adequate support, state support in this direction. At the same time, it is necessary to ensure that this competition occurs in a level playing field. There need not be a situation where there is one set of law for foreign providers and another set of laws for Indian institutions. I thought I'd be taking the advantage of the presence of Dr. Shaushabude, the Honorable President of the ICCR, to make a suggestion. But since he is unable to be present here, could I request Dr. Mittal to share this suggestion with Dr. Shaushabude? Now, many of the public universities, especially the state universities, are forced to admit foreign students far disproportionate to the demand, since these universities do not have quality hostels for foreign students. I would request the ICCR to explore the possibility of having at least one international students hostel in every state through joint initiatives of central and state governments, which could be availed of by all universities of that particular state. This would instantly increase the number of foreign students in the country. Surely, compared to the countries which won independence almost at the same time as India did, what we call in history the period of decolonization, our country has attained considerable success in the sphere of the internationalization of education. But much more needs to be done if, for example, we are to overtake China. Participation in the internationalization process is certainly the sine qua non for the survival of the Indian higher education system. But this participation has to be in terms of Indian needs and requirements and in tune with the principles of inclusiveness, equity, and access. Its content needs to be holistic and not fragmented, in tune with the ideals of Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore and the father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi. Internationalization needs to be envisaged in the context of our cultural and social pluralism, strike a balance between tradition and modernity, and in consonance with Indian value and knowledge system, which NEP rightly stresses. Interestingly, as early as June 1929, Rabindranath Tagore had stressed, and I quote, "Education in all its different forms and channels has its ultimate purpose in the evolving of a luminous sphere of human mind from the nebula that has been rushing round ages to find in itself an eternal center of unity," unquote. Let me in this connection quote from a perceptive commentator, and I quote, "Education must remain the public arena where tolerance, mutual respect, and understanding and the ability to cooperate are cultivated. Just as it offers opportunities for individual development and advancement, it must also strive to promote civic identity and civic competence and to make possible a democratic and cohesive society. Education cannot ignore the realities of the global market, but nor can it surrender to global commodification," unquote. Now, the general reaction to such a proposition of viewing education as a unifying project could well be that it is an ideal which is doomed to remain an illusion in a consumerist and individualistic world. But as Barton Russell succinctly reminded us, and I quote, "The whole problem with the world is that fools and fanatics are always so certain of themselves, but wiser people are so full of doubts," unquote. And then while raising certain issues concerning the internationalization of higher education, let me, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, take solace from this particular quote of Barton Russell. Thank you very much indeed.
धन्यवाद महोदय, आपके विचारों से सभा में नई ऊर्जा का संचालन हुआ है। अगर आप दूसरों को ज्यादा करने, ज्यादा सपने देखने के लिए प्रेरित करते हैं तो आप एक नेता हैं। ऐसे ही नेता श्री विनय कुमार सक्सेना जी, दिल्ली के उपराज्यपाल, आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित हैं। यह गलगोटियास विश्वविद्यालय के लिए गर्व का विषय है। Shri Vinay Kumar Saxena ji, the 22nd Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, enriched with 3 decades of vast experience in the corporate and social sectors. Shri Saxena ji is the first corporate man ever selected for such a prestigious post. Earlier, he served Khadi and Village Industries Commission as the chairman and was the CEO and director of the Greenfield Dholera Port project. In recognition of this sharp social, cultural, political and administrative acumen, the Government of India nominated Shri Saxena ji as a member of the National Committee to commemorate 75th anniversary of Indian independence. मैं महोदय उपराज्यपाल जी से निवेदन करती हूं कि वह मंच पे आए और यहाँ सभा में उपस्थित समस्त गणमान्यों को सम्मानित करें।
President AIU and VC Jadavpur University, Professors Surjana Das ji, Secretary General AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal ji, Chancellor Galgotia University, Shri Sunil Galgotia ji, Vice Chancellor Galgotia University, Dr. Preeti Bajaj ji, CEO Galgotia University, Shri Dhruv Galgotia ji, all Vice Chancellors of Northern Zone, faculty members, members of the media, and my dear students. I'm happy to be present on this occasion of Association of Indian Universities North Zone Vice Chancellors Meet. It is indeed a pleasure to be addressing this august gathering of teachers, academicians, educationists, mentors, and administrators who are at the cutting edge of shaping India's future generation. At the outset, I would like to quote the great teacher, philosopher, the Vice Chancellor himself, a diplomat and our former president, Dr. S. Radhakrishnan, and I quote, "True teachers are those who help us think for ourselves." This simple one line not only defines the roles that our gurus play, but also underline the extreme importance of your role in shaping the lives and futures of our students. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, the universities of our nation are inheritors of our glorious legacies of Takshila, Nalanda, Vikramshila, and Dhatupati, and our teachers, those of Aryabhat, Panini, Gargi, Chanakya, Swami Vivekanand, and Gurudev Rabindranath Tagore, to name a few. Students and scholars from across the world congregated at these temples of education to hone their knowledge and upgrade their skills. We were the unquestioned world leaders in the sphere of academics and higher education till at least the early medieval ages. I would not hesitate in saying that after a hiatus of about a millennia, higher education in India again received a flip in the shape of universities at Calcutta, Madras, Bombay, Allahabad, and Patna, to name a few. The nationalist education stream, represented by Banaras Hindu University, Aligarh Muslim University, Vishwa Bharati University, and Shanti Niketan, along with Indian Institutes of Science at Bangalore, amongst others, provided a solid footing of higher education once again. However, even as we made remarkable progress in setting up new institutions like IITs, IIMs, and AIMS, etc., after independence, somewhere we seem to have lost our edge and focus. This is more than apparent in the fact that apart from the above-mentioned institutions and a few others, most of our universities and other institutions of higher learning became degree distributing and graduate and postgraduate producing perfectory mills. Not only this, even institutions like IITs and IIMs, along with other universities of repute, became training institutions for producing young graduates for employment by corporate houses and feeder cadre for admissions into postgraduates and research programs in universities abroad. It is a telling statement on the state of affairs in our higher education ecosystem that as many as 1.3 million students from India are studying in universities spread across 85 countries, mostly Anglophone nations like Canada, United States, and Australia, apart from others. More than 2 lakh students leave India for studies abroad every year at an average. Apart from underlining their higher education needs are not being fulfilled indigenously, this trend also reflects the incapacity on the part of our Indian universities to sustain and promote quality higher education. It also amounts to transfer our precious foreign exchange that could, as well, we have gone into strengthening our own higher education. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, our institutions have increasingly lagged behind in the sphere of fundamental and basic research in pure sciences, as well as social sciences and liberal arts. The fact that none of, after C.V. Raman, got a Nobel Prize for research undertaken in an Indian university is another statement that requires pondering upon. Be it Hargobind Khurana, who passed out from Punjab University, Subramaniam Chandrasekhar, who passed out from Madras University, Amartya Sen, who passed out from Calcutta University, Venkat Raman, who passed out from MS University, Baroda, or Abhijit Banerjee, who passed out from Calcutta University, all got recognition for their works in universities abroad, where they went after completing their basic degrees in the Indian universities. Friends, despite boasting of a robust higher education ecosystem that comprises about 1,100 universities, 42,000 colleges, and 1,200 standalone institutions that cater to more than 1 billion people in the 5th largest economy of the world, none of our universities are even in the top 150 universities of the world. The highest that we have reached is achieving as 174th rank of IIT Delhi. JNU is between 600 to 650 category. Delhi University is 521 to 553 category, and Jamia Millia Islamia is 800 above bracket on various parameters. In fact, all these have slipped further from their previous rankings. To my mind, the task before us is clearly cut out. We have to strive towards a comprehensive transformation that seeks to balance academics, research, employability, specialization, skilling, personality development in a holistic manner that at the same time addresses the needs and requirements of every individual, students and faculty. Friends, all of you are experts and giants of your own fields. It is not for me to outline for you that ways and means that will be required to achieve these goals that ultimately lead to Indian universities becoming world leaders, where students from across the world are proximate for higher education and trend of our students going, and the trend of our students going abroad is reversed. You already have many unique advantages that your peers abroad do not have. To my mind, primary among them is the commitment of our government in supporting higher education by providing resources. You also have a vast student pool to fill your classrooms and a corporate sector to absorb your graduates. Given concentrated and innovative endeavors, I find no reason why you should not be amongst the top 100 or even top 10 universities of the world. Let us, in our deliberations over the next couple of days, fix ourselves concrete goals in this direction and undertake to consistently and concurrently evaluate the steps taken for attaining these goals in a periodic manner. Dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, towards the end, I would like to solicit your attention towards some issues of immediate attention, and I would like to list them. Number one, internationalization of higher education in India that ensures recognition of our degrees abroad through a process of mutual accreditations. Degree recognition and credit transfers should be undertaken and expedited forthwith. This would ensure that our demographic dividend is utilized gainfully and without any obstruction. In countries that are facing demographic decline, countries with larger graying population like Japan, Germany, Scandinavian, European, and other are suitable workplaces for our young graduates as well as specialty scholars. In this directions, strengthening our global initiative for academic network with additional linkages with institutions like ICSSR, ICCR, and UGC, etc., will ensure seamless progression. Similarly, another area of focus also enumerated in the National Education Policy 2020 is the promotion of academic and research collaboration. This will ensure that the much needed push to research is provided through collaborations and institutions abroad that are already excelling in related spheres. Even as we go ahead in operationalization, these measures, we should simultaneously work towards promotion of Indian higher education abroad with a focus on making India a receiver country of students rather than their sender. Let India become the destination country for international students. I'm sure that with committed focus on the above mentioned, the theme of the Zonal Vice Chancellors Conference, Transformative Higher Education for Atmanirbhar Bharat, will sooner than later achieve fruition. Friends, I can see here a lot of lecturers, professors, and students are sitting here. मैंने देखा है कि जब कोई बहुत रेप्यूटेड इंस्टीट्यूशन से डिग्री होल्डर होता है तो वो हमेशा जो उन यूनिवर्सिटीज को जहां से जो बच्चा पढ़ के निकला है, जिसने उस यूनिवर्सिटी की बहुत रेपुटेशन नहीं है, वो उसे एक छोटी सी दृष्टि से देखता है, उसे एक छोटा देखता है। मैं आज ये कहना चाहूंगा कि जब आप किसी को बहुत छोटा देखते हैं, या तो आप उसे दूर से देखते हैं या अपने गुरूर से देखते हैं। तो शिक्षा का मतलब आपके अंदर गुरूर नहीं आना चाहिए। और एक बात मैं और अंत में कहना चाहूंगा कि डिग्रियां तो सिर्फ पढ़ाई के खर्च की रसीदें होती हैं, शिक्षा वही है जो आपका व्यवहार दिखाता है। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir, for your incredible, outstanding, inspirational thoughts. Now it's an hour of great honor that now it's time for University Press Release. University News is a weekly journal of higher education brought out by the Association of Indian Universities. It is the journal catering to Indian higher education system for the last 93 years. It contains articles, news, opinions, as well as important issues of higher education from scholars all over the world, and it is popular for the richness of its content and clockwise regularity. For this North Zone Vice Chancellors Meet, special issue of newsletter on internationalization of higher education has been brought out. Dr. Rama Devi Pani is the chief editor of the University News for the last 23 years. In her 23 years of editorship, she ensured clockwise regularity for the publication and richness of its content. She has brought around 200 thematic issues on topics of contemporary significance. Now, I invite Dr. Rama Devi Pani, Chief Editor, to join the dais for the release of this prestigious University News.
मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ मुख्य अतिथि श्री विनय कुमार सक्सेना जी को। सभी गणमान्यों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं अब आमंत्रित करती हूँ विश्वविद्यालय के कुलाधिपति श्री सुनील गलगोटिया जी का कि वह शॉल देकर माननीय मुख्य अतिथि श्री विनय कुमार सक्सेना जी को सम्मानित करें। मैं इसी के साथ आमंत्रित करती हूँ मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी श्री ध्रुव गलगोटिया जी को कि वह स्मृति चिन्ह देकर माननीय मुख्य अतिथि का सम्मान करें। मैं आमंत्रित करती हूँ अध्यक्ष महोदय प्रोफेसर सुरेंद्र दास जी को कि वह स्मृति चिन्ह देकर मुख्य अतिथि जी का सम्मान करें। मैं निवेदन करती हूँ पंकज मित्तल मैडम जी से कि वह स्मृति चिन्ह देकर हमारे कुलाधिपति श्री सुनील गलगोटिया जी का सम्मान करें। मैं पुनः मंच पर समझ गए। मैं पुनः आमंत्रित करती हूँ माननीय कुलाधिपति को कि वह श्रीमान सुरंजन दास जी को शॉल से सम्मानित करें। पुनः निवेदन है मुख्य कार्यकारी अधिकारी ध्रुव गलगोटिया जी का कि वह स्मृति चिन्ह देकर उनका सम्मान बढ़ाएं। मैं पुनः सुनील गलगोटिया जी से निवेदन करूंगी कि वह महासचिव पंकज मित्तल जी को शॉल देकर सम्मानित करें। पुनः मेरा निवेदन है ध्रुव गलगोटिया जी से कि वह स्मृति चिन्ह देकर मैम को सम्मानित करें। सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
I would now like to invite Dr. Nitin Gaur, Registrar, Galgotias University, to propose the vote of thanks and to express our indebtedness towards the dignitaries on the dais.
Thank you, ma'am. वोट ऑफ थैंक्स बड़ा ही कठिन विषय होता है किसी भी व्यक्ति के लिए, क्योंकि किसी भी कार्यक्रम के शुरुआत से लेकर और उसके समापन तक की सारे फूलों को एक माला में पिरोना पड़ता है, और अगर कोई एक फूल कहीं छूट जाता है तो वो सोचता है कि कहीं मेरी इतनी मेहनत का कहीं फल निराधार तो नहीं हो गया। तो सर्वप्रथम मैं अपने मुख्य अतिथि श्री विनय कुमार सक्सेना जी, उपराज्यपाल दिल्ली क्षेत्र का धन्यवाद करता हूं और उनको तालियों के साथ स्वागत करना चाहता हूं कि उन्होंने अपना व्यस्ततम समय निकालकर हमारे विश्वविद्यालय को दिया और इस प्रोग्राम में अपना समय दिया है। पुनः गुरु गोविंद दो खड़े काके लागू पाए, बलिहारी गुरु आपने गोविंद दियो बताए। ये आप सभी लोगों ने सुना होगा कि जब गुरु और ईश्वर साथ में हो तो किसके पांव पहले छूने चाहिए। यहाँ तो बहुत बड़ी दुविधा है। यहाँ तो मेरे पास गुरुओं का भी सभी का समाभार लगा हुआ है, और मैं आप देखिए मंच की तरफ देखिए, एक ग्रेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर श्री विनय कुमार सक्सेना जी, उसके बाद एकेडमिशियंस हमारे प्रोफेसर श्री सुरजन दास जी, डॉक्टर पंकज मित्तल जी, और हमारे वाइस चांसलर जो जगह जगह से आए हुए हैं। इनसे मिलना तो दूर, बात करना तो दूर, अगर एक बार चरण स्पर्श करने का मौका भी मिल जाए तो शायद इस जन्म में गंगा नहाने की आवश्यकता नहीं पड़ेगी। तो ऐसे गुरुओं का, ऐसे लोगों से सीखने का मौका मिलता है। एक प्रोफेसर वाइस चांसलर हमारे यहाँ बैठे हुए हैं, प्रोफेसर दिनेश कुमार जी, मैं उनको अपना गुरु मानता हूँ। उन्होंने एक बार बहुत डांट लगाई थी मुझ में, और ये मैंने कसम खाई थी कि उनकी बातों को मैं जीवन पर्यंत याद रखूंगा और हमेशा सीखूंगा कि हाँ उन्होंने क्या सिखाया है। तो उनके लिए भी एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए। चाणक्य ने कहा था कि शिक्षक कभी सामान्य नहीं होता, निर्णय, निर्माण और प्रलय उसकी गोद में खेलते हैं। तो सत्य है, इतने हमारे नॉर्थ जोन जो है वो भारत माता का शीश कहा जाता है, और उस क्षेत्र के सारे वाइस चांसलर्स यहाँ पर हैं जिनके हाथों में देश का भविष्य, छात्रों का भविष्य जुड़ा हुआ है। मैं आप सभी से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि इसी तरीके से आप सभी लोग जो है हमारे देश को, हमारे छात्रों को प्रेरणा देते रहें, उनको सीखते रहें, ताकि हमारा भारत आगे बढ़े और आगे बढ़ता रहे। मैं उन सभी लोगों का जो इस प्रोग्राम से जुड़े हुए हैं, उन सभी का धन्यवाद देता हूं। जिस व्यक्ति ने शुरू से लेकर आखिर तक काम किया है, इतना उस प्रोग्राम को सफल बनाने के लिए कार्य किया है, मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं गलगोटिया विश्वविद्यालय का की तरफ से कि उन्होंने इतना मेहनत किया और इस प्रोग्राम को इस मुकाम तक पहुंचाया। उसके उपरांत मैं धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं अपने कुलाधिपति श्री सुनील गलगोटिया जी का, सीईओ श्री ध्रुव गलगोटिया जी का, और वाइस चांसलर मैम डॉक्टर प्रीति बजाज मैम का, क्योंकि इनके आदेशों से, इनके निर्देशों के अनुसार ही हम काम करते हैं, और हम चाहते हैं कि हर कार्यक्रम सफल हो और हमारे विश्वविद्यालय का नाम सर्वरणीय विश्वविद्यालयों में देश के गिना जाए। तो मैं अधिक ना समय लेते हुए आप सभी का धन्यवाद करता हूं। गलगोटिया विश्वविद्यालय की तरफ से शुभकामनाएं।
Thank you, sir, for your exhilarating thanking note. Now I have an announcement to make. We shall proceed for group photography. I will call dignitaries on the dais and participating vice chancellors for group photography. I request volunteers to escort the vice chancellors.
The group photograph will be outside this block C. This is block C, and outside block C we have group photograph.
हेलो 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 हेलो
जो माइक ऑडिबल है उससे आवाज आएगी।
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, all those who have joined online. Dr. Karde, are you able to hear me?
Now it's okay. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Dr. Karde?
Yeah, can you hear me, madam?
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gaurav.
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear?
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Can you hear?
Okay.
Are you audible to them? That is the question.
Okay. सर ये यहाँ पे प्रोजेक्ट
Can you hear?
ये प्रोजेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है होना चाहिए ना नहीं ओके
Follow up करके show social relation भी show. Madam, hello. Can you hear? Because I was just.
अनम्यूट करने के लिए बोल रहे हैं।
नहीं हमने
आपने हेलो बोला था?
अभी बोला ना मैं अभी भी ऑन ही हूँ।
अब बोलिए Now you can unmute yourself.
अभी अनम्यूट किया। Can you hear? Just पूछिए। Can you hear?
अच्छा ग्रीन वाला दिख रहा है इसीलिए ब्लैक आ रहा है
स्क्रीन काली है मतलब स्क्रीन में लाइट नहीं
अच्छा 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 ब्लैक दिख रहा है इसलिए ये देखो यहाँ पे जो स्पीकर खड़े होके बोलेंगे तो इसका क्या करना है
Am I audible?
एलईडी है ना ये जैसे यहाँ जो स्पीकर खड़े होकर के बोलेंगे
पीछे स्क्रीन ब्लैक हो गई ना ये देखो
Pratibha ji, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. I think there is a problem there only.
Then it's fine. Yes.
अभी चेक करो तो अभी चेक करो मैं यहाँ पे ऑनलाइन हूँ
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Now, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you, madam, but unfortunately you cannot hear us. Can you hear us?
Can anyone of you respond? Can anyone of you unmute your mic and say something?
Yeah, we are saying, but you are
Dr.
unable to hear.
Pratibha? Yes, actually we
No,
are.
you talk.
Hello. Yes.
Yeah.
Am I audible? I
Yes.
think.
Yeah, you are audible. Now the system is tested. Just wait for 2-3 more minutes. We'll start this session.
Welcome back. May I request our distinguished guests to please come and take a place on the dais. I request Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President AIU, VC USTM Meghalaya. I would like to request Professor Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General AIU, to co-chair the session. Ma'am, please come on the dais. I request Srimati Mamta Rani, Advisor, ATLA Academy, Cell AICTE, New Delhi. Ma'am, please take your place on the dais. I would also like to welcome Dr. Devendra Kaude, Advisor, National Assessment and Accreditation Council, NAC. He is joining the session online. We also have with us Dr. Mrs. Pratibha Singh, Deputy Advisor, NAC, New Delhi. She is also joining us online. I welcome all these speakers and chairperson. For the session, we also have with us Dr. Seema Jegi. She will be joining online. She is ADJ HRD from ICAR. Ma'am, are we audible? Share join. As we all know, the vice chancellors of the universities have several issues which they would like to discuss with the heads of apex bodies face to face. Keeping this in view and to facilitate fulfillment of the spelled out objectives, AIU organizes an interface session with heads of apex bodies in its vice chancellors meets. Purpose of this session is also to enable the heads of apex bodies to communicate their views and information of their bodies to the vice chancellor. To proceed further, I would like to welcome Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President AIU VC USTM Meghalaya, as the chairperson of the session. May I request a student to please arrange bouquet on the stage. I request Professor Pankaj ma'am to give the bouquet as a token of our love and respect to sir. I would like to request Rama ma'am to give a bouquet to Mamta ma'am. As we all know, we have some guests online. We feel sorry we are not able to welcome them with the flower, but we would be sending memento as a token of our love and respect to them. Thank you all for coming. Let's start with the session. I would like to introduce Chair of the session, Professor G.D. Sharma, Vice President AIU VC USTM Meghalaya University. He has joined us as the chairperson of the session. He is deputed as Vice Chancellor, University of Science and Technology, Meghalaya. He is also the recipient of Dr. Narsimhan Medal Award by Indian Pathologist Association, Rashtriya Ratna Award by International Study Center, DEED Award by Confederation of Indian University, Outstanding Educational Contribution Award by CMAI New Delhi, and Swami Vivekananda Excellence Award by International Institute. We are really honored to have Sir as chair of the session. We also have with us Professor Pankaj Ma'am. We also have with us Srimati Mamta Rani, advisor ATAL Academy Cell AICTE New Delhi. She represents the first batch of lady pilot officer in Indian Air Force. She's also former additional secretary, Association of Indian Universities, AIU, former Joint Secretary, University Grant Commission, former Director, Education, New Delhi. Ma'am, we are really happy to have you on the stage. With the permission of Chair, we may start the session.
Hello, good afternoon to every one of you, and respected Madam Pankaj Mittal, Secretary General of AIU, respected President Professor Suranjan Das, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Jadavpur University, and all our esteemed respected Honorable Vice Chancellors from different universities of Northern Zone of India. As has been told that mainly this session is organized with the statutory bodies, head of the statutory bodies, to know their views and also to discuss certain issues which are faced by the universities or by their affiliated colleges. In fact, I remember that even from UGC, some representative used to come because mainly we have our more affiliations and more this grants, etc. from UGC, and whatever we have issues with the UGC. But because our this main emphasis on this is the transformative higher education, especially with the internationalization. And in morning, after having such a successful inauguration of the program, that followed by this discussion with the statutory bodies, we have physically with us Madam Mamta Agrawal, and online we have Dr. Devendra Kavdeji, Deputy Advisor to NEC. So I welcome Kavdeji. We were thinking that we will have you physically because everybody is inquiring. They wanted to have you here, but maybe because of the pressure of the time. And I also extend very hearty welcome to Madam Mamta Agrawal, who is present with us from AICT Advisor 1 physically. So thankful, Madam, that you have come and to share your views. And we have Dr. Seema DDG ICR, so that now we have a number of things which is allowed by NEP 2020 to share with the agriculture universities, and what are those opportunities and how we can go with these two different regulatory bodies. So I would like to extend very hearty welcome to you, Madam, and we would like to share your views in this. So we'll go one by one. We have 1 hour and 15 minutes with us. So you have enough time. So I think kindly give about 15 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for discussion with you. Any query or any doubts, our honorable VCs are here. They may like to have discussion with you, interaction with you. So I first invite Madam, ladies first, and DDG ICR, Madam Gade, to start her introduction.
So a very good morning to you. This special session, especially, I mean, this has nothing to do with the topic of the conference. What we felt was that the Vice Chancellors, they have a lot of queries from the regulatory authorities. So we have specially crafted this session. In every conference, we have this session, and we request the regulatory authorities to send their representatives so that they can interact with the Vice Chancellors. So our request to the speakers would be that if something, because everybody knows AICT, ICR or NAC, so if something new has come up in these institutions, if they want to share some good practices or something new which they want the Vice Chancellors to be aware of, please share those and give a lot of time for the interaction, because many times there are many queries. So that would be the structure of the session, that first around 10 minutes, you would be speaking about what is new in your organization happening, which you want the universities to know. If you want to make any appeal to the Vice Chancellors, that can be done. And after that, there will be a question answer session. So over to you're saying Seema Jaggi. She has been with me at ISRI, where I was, she is right now the Additional Director General. The DD Education, Dr. R.C. Agrawal could not come because of some reason. So she is representing DDG Education. So Dr. Seema Jaggi. So please, Seema, please proceed.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving us this opportunity to present what all the activities we have related to the agricultural education. So as you know that this particular topic, the agriculture education, is very important component of the education system and very important for the country. And the ICR, through its agricultural universities, we strive for the maintaining and upgrading the quality and relevance of higher agricultural education through partnerships and efforts of the ICR agricultural universities. So as of today, we have total 74 agricultural universities offering different degree programs, starting from UG till the doctorate programs. And the quality assurance of this higher agricultural education is given the major thrust through the policy support, through accreditation. We have our own board, the National Agricultural Education Accreditation Board, and then through the academic regulations and through the personal policies, the course curricula, review of the course curricula, and the different delivery systems we have. And we support the agricultural universities for strengthening and creating infrastructures and for the improvement of the faculty competence and admissions through all India competitive examinations. we have a Uniform Model Act, and all the universities, which is developed by the Education Division of ICR, and which all the agricultural universities are implementing the guidelines which are there in the Model Act. And a few more points which I would like to share is, I would like to share the slides if you permit. I have few slides with me, so I can share that slides. I hope it's visible, sir. Hello? I hope the slides are visible.
Yes, visible. Slide is visible.
Thank you so much. So, as Madam told that I am here on behalf of Dr. R.C. Agarwal, who is the Deputy Director General in the Agriculture Education Division of ICR. And what I will be just a few slides are there on the various strategies and the planning procedures which we have for improving the agricultural higher education in the country. So, as I have already told that we have total 74 universities in the different domains, starting from the crop sciences to the animal sciences, veterinary, horticulture, fisheries. And then we have 3 important central agricultural universities. And there are some traditional universities which have the agriculture faculty with them. So we have total 4 universities with central university with agriculture faculty. So this is the bifurcation of total 74 universities which we have. And all these universities together, we offer doctoral programs in 80 disciplines and the postgraduate programs in 95 disciplines of the different domains. And UG level, we have under BSc in 11 broad subjects. Now, if you see we have different strategies, and the distinguishing feature of our course curriculum is very important. I'm not going to highlight the other things. A very important program is the Student Ready program. At the UG level, this was the program which was launched in the year 2015 by our Honorable Prime Minister. And this is the program to make our students entrepreneurs so that they can take up the jobs later on their own. They can start their startups. So under this Student Ready program, we have the Rural Awareness Work Experience program. Then we have experiential learning units in all the universities. Total, we have 485 experiential learning units, which may be related to some dairy aspects, which may be related to mushroom raising or tea plantation. Different universities have different experiential learning programs. So the students can opt for any of these programs in the last year of their degree program, that is the 4th year. We already have a BSc of 4 years. It is since beginning, the BSc Agriculture is of 4 years. So last year is mainly for this student ready. We are making them ready for taking up the new challenges. And the amendments which we have made through the Dean's Committee, like the course curriculum which we have it's a uniform course curriculum across all the universities. And the UG level course curriculum is designed by a committee, which is the Dean's Committee. And the PG and PhD level course curriculum we have another committee, which is a broad subject matter committee on agriculture. And we have introduced many new courses over time, like we have introduced precision farming, protected cultivation, and then sericulture. And then we have some necessary provisions the universities can make on their own. We give them this much freedom that based on the location, the region, the universities can add 10% of their courses in this. Maybe like those universities which are in the hill region, they can add some courses on hill agriculture, or those in the coastal areas can add some courses on coastal agriculture. And then we are giving now emphasis on organic farming. And of late now we are working on developing a course curriculum on natural farming, which is the dream which our Honorable Prime Minister has told that now we have to focus on the natural farming. So we have already developed a syllabus. It is just in the final stages, and maybe from the next year, we may start a degree program on natural farming also. Then we have developed the strategy which we are going to follow based on the new education policy 2020 is, first is related to the course curriculum. And in the course curriculum, the UG program, we already have 4 years, but we are trying to redesign it. And we have already set up a new committee, the Dean's Committee, 6th Dean's Committee, where they are working on developing these courses based on the guidelines given by the new education policy. It includes the multiple exit and entry options. And we are also including the certificate course, the 1-year certificate course, the 2-year diploma courses, all in the agriculture side. So that work is going on, and that is also in the final stages. And then for the PG courses also, as I've told you, we have BSMA committee, and they are also working on this MSc and research oriented courses for the PhD. And our also aim is to introduce the teaching assistantship program. And then we are also introducing the internship. Like I told you, we have only in the UG level last year, but now we are introducing in the PG level the internship during master's program for development of entrepreneurship in agriculture. We have named it as IDEA. So that is one initiative which we are taking up. We have already developed an implementation strategy. This document is ready with us, which is circulated to all the universities. It's the implementation strategy for new education policy in agricultural education system. A timeline has been defined in this one, and the universities have to follow all these guidelines which are given in this. The second strategy is the implementation of NEP. In that, again, we are starting with the, like I've told you, we have some timelines. So during 2021-22, what are the activities which are to be completed? We are working on the course curriculum and how we can address the multiple exit and entry scheme. Then the relaxation in residential requirement. In agriculture education, in all agriculture universities, you'll see that the residential requirement is mandatory as of now. So we are relaxing that residential requirement of UG and PG, and we are having compliance with the academic bank of credits as per the directives given. And then we are trying to have a common entrance test. Right now we have the ICR entrance examination for a few percentage of seats, like in NEET we have for percentage, same way we have it for ICR also, 15% seats in UG and 25% seats in the PG and PhD program for different agricultural university, for which we conduct the All India entrance examination, and which is being done by the NTA. But now we are trying to make a common entrance test so that the students don't have to appear in different examinations. Maybe this time the CUET has been introduced, and where we have not, this year we did not opt for it, but maybe from the next year for UG level, because they have added agriculture also one of the subject in that. So we may go for CUET for the entrance in UG courses. Then by 2030, we are planning to have the agriculture universities to become multidisciplinary. Like as of now, we are having university on horticulture, we are having university on fishery. So we are trying to make them as multidisciplinary universities. Then we are also trying to increase the GER through creation of new institutions. That is one of our focus. Then coming to the 2035, by 2035, we are going to, as per NEP, the affiliation system has to be phased out, and several colleges offering UG courses exist in large numbers in both public and private. So we are also trying to develop the linkage between the public and the private colleges. Then another aim is to convert the deemed universities into the model research universities by 2030, and again the enhancement of gross enrollment ratio. Then the third strategy is bringing resilience in agriculture education system. This is basically through the digitization. So the digital component has to be incorporated in this, and this has three different components. One is the digital infrastructure. The other one is which includes the strong data centers, the learning management system, the virtual classrooms. And then the second one is the digital content, creation of course curricula, the course contents, and revising and repackaging existing contents. These are under the digital content. And the third one is the digital capacity building. And here identifying focus areas to foster teaching, learning equity, studying global best practices. So this is the system which we have called it as RISE, Resilience Agriculture Education System, which is being implemented through a National Agriculture Higher Education project funded by World Bank, which is undergoing in our division. So under this, we are developing this system. Then, as I told that we have already developed the sixth dean, we have already constituted a sixth deans committee, and the terms of reference of this sixth deans committee is based on the new education policy. We have to restructure all the UG programs, and then to introduce the one-year certificate course and diploma courses, and the admission procedure, as well as the inter-transferability of students so that they go from one university to the other. And so on. This is being worked out under this sixth deans committee. And these are the broad disciplines which are covered under the UG program, starting from like BSc Agriculture, then we have BSc Agriculture Engineering, Biotechnology, Dairy Technology, Fishery Sciences, and so on. This will be read as such. We have brought 12 disciplines in UG level. This is the complete the course curricula which has been developed for the PG and the PhD, which is in 6 volumes comprising of different disciplines. We have the plant protection disciplines, the sericulture, and so on. These are the 6 volumes of those over there. Then the career opportunity for the students, for agriculture students, basically is they have a lot of scope, and we have highlighted here some of the areas where they can pursue their careers. Like the agriculture and horticulture students, they can go for agri-input industries in the seed industry, chemical and agrochemical industries. Then the engineering students, they go to farm machinery and agri-equipment, irrigation, and then in government organizations. In the veterinary sciences also we have where the students can opt for the different jobs in animal health, feed and nutrition based organizations. And then animal health startups can be taken up. Same way we have it in agriculture, marketing and cooperation, and then fisheries and dairy and food technology.
Madam, kindly summarize because...
Yes, sir, but on last slide, sir, I'm coming. So this is one of the Krishi Kosh, which is a repository, centralized repository for the entire, whatever we have the publications related to agriculture. And this, all our agriculture universities are making use of this particular system which we have developed. And for attracting the students' talent to agricultural education, like we are also conducting the All India Entrance Examination. This is just a graph showing how the number of students are which are opting for agriculture as their profession is increasing. This graph shows that the trend of interest of students in agriculture education. And for the holistic development, as is the focus of NEP, we have recently signed one MOU with the Heartfulness Education Trust. And this is mainly related to various programs on skill, life skills, wellness, meditation, leadership, socio-emotional learning, etc. So this will be a part of their credit courses in the degree curricula of all agricultural universities. And my last slide is regarding the internationalization of higher education. In that, we are already in the process of converting some of the universities, making them as global universities, like we have IRI, we are converting it to global universities. Then we also provide some international fellowships like Netaji Subhash ICR International, so that the students from abroad, they can come and take admissions in different agriculture universities here, and our students go out to different universities. Then we also offer, we have the BIMSTEC fellowship, the ASEAN fellowship, and many. So Indo-African and Indo-Afghanistan Fellowship. So thank you very much. That is all I wanted to share about the system of our agriculture education in the country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, madam. Thank you so much.
Manual.
You
Number
very
14.
nicely wider view of the agriculture education in
Number नहीं रे भाई. Say we have
So-
university, autonomous, affiliated, dual mode. नहीं total सब.
So, thank you very much, madam. I think
you, sir.
we will have
The process for it.
questions later on. Now I request Dr. Devendra Kavade, advisor NEC,
Oh, one is sir. ठीक है.
make
Yoga
presentation.
is also there. हाँ ठीक. Oh, oh, thank you.
Dr. Kavade, can you hear?
Yes, yes. Namaste. I mean,
Namaste, namaste.
yeah.
We were unable to see.
Oh,
Yes.
sorry.
Namaste, namaste.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Yeah. So, yeah, namaste to everybody. I think so 15 minutes time is there with us to come out with our presentation type. So myself and my colleague, Dr. Pratibha Singh is there. So I will be using some 5-7 minutes and rest of the time she will be using with a presentation related with our assessment accreditation process and that. Now to start with, namaste to everybody, respected G.D. Sharma ji, chairperson of this session and the vice president of AIU, Pankaj Mittal ji. I really appreciate madam to come out with a very good topic for this function. And I think so something we definitely will come out of the thought process. Then my colleague Pratibha ji, Mamta Rani ji from AICT Agrawal ji, and Preeti Bajaj ji, the VC of this university. Now, this internalization of our transformative higher education, something which has come out in my mind that I will be sharing with the present facts, because Mittal madam has stated that what we expect from the institution, higher education institution, that we should share, because they already know the process. What is NAC expecting in the future from the institution, that I will be sharing. So, dear intellectuals, internalization, when we talk about, then the two things comes into the picture. One is comparison and one is second is observation or learning, what we talk about. So rather than comparison, we should see that how we can learn in maximum from this process, from this concept, from this particular text, internalization, and specifically from those developed countries. Comparison, generally the people talk about that none of our institution rank in Times Higher Education rank and all that. So there is a reason for all these things, why it is not so. So learning matters a lot, because we are the country which has an old civilization, Nalanda and Takshila, all that we know. I am intentionally relating with this. There is a reason. Talking about NAC, NAC as an accrediting institution has a credit of accrediting or assessing highest number of institutions in the world. If you talk about in case of numbers, the present figure I will be sharing, around 15,221 number of institutions, number of times if we talk about is being accredited, is done. If we compare, if we done by any agency, it is the highest. That is a creditable part with the NAC, and is all the types of institutions are accredited by NAC. Almost we have 14 plus types of manual with us doing this business. Considering the futuristic point of view, we have to focus on outcomes. NEP talks about outcomes. Almost 38 times this word outcome is repeated in NEP document, which all you people have gone through it. So as in higher education institution, our focus should be on outcome. Why? There is a reason, because at present we have that 6.5% of GDP with us, with almost inflation is also high, 7.4%, but still we have surpassed the country like UK to become the 5th largest economy in the world with around 3.5 trillion. Now the expectation is to proceed with the 5 trillion to become the 3rd largest, and this is possible mostly with some sort of support by our higher education system. Why? Because we have 38.5 millions of students studying in our higher education system, means catering to around 29 states and 7 union territories. We talk about higher education institution is around 55,165. It's a big one. It's the second largest higher education system in the world. So the expectation increases with this higher education system, higher education institutions, and there is a need that we should focus on outcomes. Now, NAC is also coming out with a revamping the process. It is in pipeline. It will come into the picture very soon. Mittal madam knows very nicely that AIU also helped in drafting some good document related to the NEC. Let us see, it will work out. There is a reason. Outcome means what? It is an outcome is related with the student's outcome, teacher's outcome, and institution outcome. There is a three things I will tell you in the assessment accreditation process. One is input based, second is process, and third is outcomes. At present, we have 7 criteria which deals with the 7 core functions of the higher education institution. Out of these 7 criteria, at least there are 3 criteria which focuses on outcomes. Specifically, criteria number 3, research, innovation, and extension. Criteria number 5, student support and progression. And criteria number 7, institutional values and best practices. But the percentage there is less. We have to enlarge that percentage. Detail will be shared by my colleague, Dr. Pratibha Singh. So why it is a need of the enlargement of this process related with an outcome? If we go in an old era, in the VS era, why we were called as a the Sone Ki Chidi and all that, there was a reason, because our higher education system was very strong. Nalanda and Takshila, why we talk about, they were focusing on outcome. Was there any sort of input and process based to process? Jhad ke niche padhate the wahan pe, and the focus maximum was on outcome. So input and process matters, but its percentage should be slightly less. And our percentage focus should be what the student become. Career of the student matters a lot. Only in the name of placement some institution work out. It is not only the placement. We have to focus on the career. That will drastically decrease the unemployment ratio, which is cropping up like anything. And then only we will be able to become that 5 trillion economy where our prime minister is also focusing on. And then we want to become a developed nation till 2047. All this we have to keep it in mind when we are taking a step. So this generation which we are teaching means the young generation, you know, if you talk about the average age of our country is 28 years, if we talk, it is being said, means if we are a young country, the multinational companies take benefit of the same. Why can't we as a higher education system? So from our accreditation body, from assessment accreditation body, we are focusing on that outcome. Probably we will come out very soon related with the outcome related accreditation. As an institution, you start thinking on career of the student, that is student's outcome, teacher's outcome. If you talk about teacher's outcome, what sort of contribution the teacher has done? Yes, number one, related with the students, means how much percentage pass and all that we do it very nicely. Then other thing is very important is contribution to the society by the teacher. That is an outcome. And related with his research projects and papers. But simply the projects, papers of writing and coming out with some sort of increment and all that will not sort the issue. Many of you people might be aware, and many of us, the teaching fraternity, is doing a good job, that we have to see that whether that outcome of the research is there, which is benefiting the society, there we have to focus on. So as an accreditation agency, we will be thinking on that part also. We are in the process. Already our criteria are there, but we have to inclusively think on that part. And third one is institution outcome. Means we always talk about that the institution should not be in existence if it is not working for the society, beneficial to the society. Institution existence is for the benefit of the society. That our criteria 7 is almost focusing on that part. So we have to see that how, as an institution, we are benefiting the society in solving the issues and the problems there. So at the end, because hereafter my colleague will be speaking on this process, I will share one line. It is very essential that everybody should understand. If we keep doing what we are doing, we will keep getting what we are getting. If we want to get the result we have never got before, then we have to do the things we have never done before. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity. We will again meet in question and answer session. Thank you very much. Namaste. Over to Dr. Pratibha Singh, please.
Kindly allow me to share my screen. It is not enabled. Thank you, Dr. Devendra Kavre, sir. Let me first share my slides. I will not take much time because all of you are already aware about the process and guidelines which NAC is following for the process of assessment and accreditation. So is my slides visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Thank you, sir. So as you know that the mandate of NAC is to assess and accredit the higher education institutions in country, and we assess and accredit institutions in different categories. Broadly, it is classified in 3 categories: universities, autonomous college, and affiliated college. The process and the guidelines which NAC follows through external quality assurance mechanism is linked with the internal quality assurance mechanism, and it is very important, noted by various international accreditation agencies also, to link the internal quality assurance mechanism with the external quality assurance process and guidelines followed by the agency. So our emphasis in throughout the process of assessment and accreditation starts with how effective your internal quality assurance mechanism is, and how you have set up the goals and the achievements and the objective of the institutions. As you know, the India is the second largest higher education system in the world, and to cater the various types of institutions which comes under various profiles, which includes medical universities, law universities, and other yoga related institutions, fine arts related institutions, the profile would be different. And if the institutional profile, their funding mechanism, because education comes under the concurrent list of the center and state, both are regulating through their own regulatory mechanisms. To make the entire process, including all these players into the system of accreditation, is really a challenge. So we keep on revising our guidelines and processes, and the recent revision which took place in the accreditation framework has basically defined all the UG/PG colleges of the country in same category, and the recent manual which is revised for the colleges is came into existence in the month of June. So as you know that the concept of periodic assessment for an institution is the basic underlying unit for the assessment and accreditation, and institution which is accredited once need to be accredited again. So self-evaluation, accountability, autonomy, and innovation are the underlying principle for undertaking the assessment and accreditation, and these are our mission statements to arrange for the periodic assessment. I will not just go through it because all of you are already aware. This is the governance of NAC, which is governed by the General Council and Executive Committee. The chairperson of UGC is the president of NAC. The director of NAC is the academic and administrative head. And also apart from this, we have various statutory, advisory, and consultative committees to look after the transformations that are happening in the higher education systems of the country, to integrate those processes and guidelines into the system of assessment and accreditation. Apart from that, we have many external resource persons who talk about the process guidelines in various seminars and conferences organized by NAC. So we have pool of external resource persons also, which guide the institutions for preparing the SSRs and other data documentation methodology. So these are the functions of NAC: evolving the appropriate instruments for the assessment and accreditation, fine-tuning of assessment and accreditation instrument whenever necessary, provide guidance to institution for preparing the self-study reports, coordinating on-site visit, develop pre- and post-accreditation strategies, identifying, enlisting, and creating a pool of efficient assessors, providing appropriate training to assessors, disseminate the NAC processes and quality enhancement mechanism through relevant publications, organize seminars, workshops, and conferences, partner with stakeholders to promote the quality culture, promote establishment of the quality assurance units so that it can be recognized by other institutions also, and establish the collaboration with various national and international professional agencies involved in the assessment and accreditation process. So this was the process which was followed completely manual before 2017. It was suffered from various drawbacks of the objectivity, and because self-study report were submitted and the process was long, it was taking around one complete year for assessment and accreditations. Through this, Now, so there was a need to completely revamp the process and which to bring the objectivity in the system of assessment and accreditation. So RAF was introduced, which was mainly a data-driven process, and basically it is seen by the academics as benchmark-driven quality assessment tool, wherein the institutions benchmarks are developed for various standards of higher education institutions. And the data validation and verification or the third-party agency basically involved for the confirmation of the data. The process is completely automated, system-driven, and it follows a fixed timeline. And very important component which is always recognized for an external quality assurance agency is the involvement of the stakeholders in the process of assessment and accreditation. So we have introduced the online student satisfaction survey through this RAF. And also there is an involvement of employers, teachers, their feedbacks in the assessment and accreditation process. You can see the detailed guidelines. So how to take further this involvement of other stakeholders into the system of assessment and accreditation is something which we are thinking on for the future revision of assessment and accreditation. I will not take what are the changes. This is the present process. Just quickly, I will tell the institution need to register. They have to submit IAQA for compliance. The affiliation and other regulatory approvals will be sought in the IAQA. After approval of IAQA, SSR is to be submitted, which is mainly consists of the 7 criteria, 32 key indicators, and certain questions which are quantitative and qualitative in nature. So quantitative will be evaluated by third-party agency, and after which the institution will be receiving the pre-qualification. And once the institution qualifies the pre-qualification, their peer team visit management process begins, which basically validates the qualitative aspects of the SSR submitted by the institutions. The combination of qualitative and quantitative together decides the grade along with the student satisfaction survey. The institution, if they are not satisfied, they can go and follow the process of appeal. And further, after, if the institution is satisfied with the mechanism of assessment and accreditation, they can subsequently follow the post-accreditation initiative by submitting annual quality assurance process. So at any stage, in case if the institution is unable to respond to the queries asked by the NAC, this may lead to non-compliance, and their NAC can take a call for rejection of the application for the assessment and accreditation. So these are the 7 criteria under which the NAC assesses the institutions, and these are the various distribution of the quantitative and qualitative questions that are there for 3 broad categories of universities, autonomous colleges, and affiliated colleges. So you can see for universities, 115 questions are there. For autonomous, this is 107. For affiliated colleges, we have integrated UGPG scheme, so made 55 questions for affiliated colleges. So type of metrics I will not touch upon because all these things are available on website, and tutorials are nicely developed and hosted on NAC website for further guidance. And this is the benchmark methodology, benchmark driven, data driven methodology through which the NAC assessment is done based on system and based on the peer evaluation. There is a provision of optional metric for colleges. So 3% weightage is reserved for optional metrics for criteria number 3, 4, 5, and 6. 1, 2, and 7 are compulsory. So maximum weight which can be taken up from each criteria is 10. So SSR, which will be which is submitted by the institution, is subjected to various kinds of revisions through DVV process. During DVV process, the data and documents are matched. In case there is any discrepancy found between the data and documents, the queries will be asked. After clarification, the SSR will be finalized, and then the further process of peer team assessment takes place. For affiliated autonomous colleges and universities, we have empaneled InflibNet for giving the publication data, which takes Web of Science and Scopus data for H-index, citation index, for various metrics of the university manual. So we have developed various portals for registry of the users. Assessor portal is there for registration and training purpose. DVV portal is there through which the DVV partners register their query, responses, clarifications, etc. There is an HEI portal through which the application is submitted by the institution. Clarification is sought by the institution through this HEI portal. Help desk and support is available, and for logistic arrangement, we have a separate logistic portal, and management will be done through agency. Balma Nori does all the logistics arrangement for visiting teams. So this is the present statistics for northern region states. You can see the number of universities are marked in pink color, and the number of colleges which are accredited for northern region states are marked in yellow color. So these statistics is available and hosted on NAC website also through dashboard and various statistics published from time to time. So these are the recent developments which are there in the NAC, which are happening, and Dr. Kaveh sir also explained about all those things. There are different manuals which are being developed, almost 25 plus manuals are there as of date to suit the profile of the institutions. The revision of the manuals and fine tuning happens through time to time as there is a transition or transformations happening in higher education sector. The alignment of process and guidelines with NEP recommendations also is taking place. Handholding and mentoring cell is also planned for unaccredited colleges. There is a provision which recently been launched by NAC, that is SSR mock test, which is a kind of preliminary assessment tool. And apart from this, a help mechanism through FAQs and IMS incidents management system is in place. Thank you very much for patient listening. Over to you, Dr. Host. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, madam. You have nicely explained the whole process, and we'll have during interaction some more questions from our honorable VCs. Now I request Madam Dr. Mamta Agrawal, Advisor 1, AICTE, to make presentation.
Every question करेंगे. Can we ask a question there? We can put it.
Good morning, everyone. Very distinguished Chair of the Session, Professor G.D. Sharma. He is Vice President AIU. Honorable President AIU, Professor Suranjan Das is there. Distinguished Secretary General Pankaj Mittal. Former President AIU Thiruga Basamji. All my friends from academia, very, very distinguished Vice Chancellors. It is indeed a proud privilege to speak today. And I conceived the whole session to be an interactive session, and had a word with Vijender ji. So I conceived the whole session to be an interactive session, so did not prepare a slide. But then, you know, these days, my session being the last one has been a blessing in disguise. So I just used the technology and pulled just a four slide show and prepared it. But before that, as Kavreji, my co-panelist, some of my very worthy co-panelists has said, that we are in a very watershed moment in the humanity. We are recovering from a global COVID pandemic. And also, we are actually in a state where COVID, though being a pandemic, has been a blessing in disguise. And we all admit that with the progression of disruptive pandemic, the technological advancement have been very, very accelerated. And there is a paradigm shift in teaching learning process. Ensuing education is highly collaborative, cross-institutional, cross-cultural, or if I may say, multi-directional, enabling a beautiful convergence of man and machine to explore new pedagogies.
students will no longer be the mute spectators of the teaching learning process, but will play a very key role in creation of knowledge in a self-paced, self-directed, student-centric learning ecosystem. And though whether we actually try or not try, internationalization actually has become not only the need of our, but a market-driven ecosystem where Skypes, wikis, blogs, virtual classrooms, simulators, MOOCs, animated laboratories, and highly personalized data from a very, very interconnected world have become some of the new learning tools. So with these, when we talk about it, and Madam Suranjan Das ji, everyone very eloquently in the inaugural session had put forward that we have roughly 1.3 million students going out and spending a lot of Indian currency, and with with the dollar rupee continuously depreciating, it is equivalent to the budget of our whole of education which we spent on, and roughly, as ma'am was saying, 49,000 students coming in. So I think it's a big challenge. And now may I request to just play my slide? So I have just pulled this 4 slides show and which I represented to CII. So what internationalization is actually about comprehensive ecosystem. Academia is just merely a part of this comprehensive ecosystem. Can I have my first slide? So I think we need to have a very, very targeted focus, and we need to have a focus on, what are the countries we are actually looking at. And then it should definitely be a two-way process. Not only that our students have an outward mobility, but how can we ensure that inward and outward mobility? So, some of the target countries, ma'am, I'll come to what AICT has been doing just because I have just pulled out this slide. So may not be absolutely relevant, but these are some of the countries I feel that, we should really be putting our focus on when we talk about internationalization, because only focusing on countries like Canada, United States, Australia, and such countries where, the education system has evolved much better. The discourse of academia has been much more evolved, much more developed. I think unless we are talking about certain specific things like yoga, Indian Vastu Shastra, Ayurvedic medicine, Indian knowledge system, our rich heritage and culture, some of our ancient metallurgical practices. I think, next slide, please. So what is it that, we need to learn from the world? What India seeks from the world? These are some of the points, and all of you very, very learned academicians, I am sure definitely know much more than me on this particular aspect. But this has been my take on the subject that, from experiential learning to empowering the local leader, having an independent governance based, these are some of the things which India as a country can seek from the world. Next slide. Now, what we as a country, what we as a nation can offer to the world. So these are some of the things. And when I had recently been part of a UNESCO conference at Barcelona, I realized that most of the Eastern Africa countries, Eastern European countries, all those countries look up to us as a very, very big technical hub, a technological hub, and creating technocrats who are quite good in their skill set. So I think, these are some of the things which India can provide. And my last slide, please. I would like you to know that what are the things that AICT is doing. So AICT is offering twinning programs, dual degrees, joint degrees, and as UGC has already issued the regulation, AICT is also adopting the regulation. And then we are also aligning ourselves as a unified regulator along with the UGC so that students can be facilitated in taking on this kind of degree programs. Quality improvement program, where the teachers, the faculty members who are pursuing their PhD, who are pursuing their doctorate, can do one full semester abroad. We have MITEX. This is an internship where the students are chosen from various fields such as agribusiness, healthcare sector, and so many other sectors. There is more focus. It's a concerted scheme for the women and girl entrepreneurs, and then they are sent abroad for having an exposure of global ecosystem. Similarly, Atal Academy, which is AICTE's Training and Learning Academy, has been training faculty members in all the emerging technology so that they can keep pace. So it has till last year, it was in an online mode, and now it has shifted to hybrid mode. And then the focus is on all the future technology, all the emerging thrust areas, be it robotics, machine learning, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, metaverse. So those things have also been integrated in the whole system to ensure that our faculty members are trained to adapt and take our students towards making them competent professionals, global edge citizens, and keeping pace with all these technology. The entire curriculum is revamped, taking inputs from top industry leaders and making it on par, at par with the international curriculum. Similarly, it has been made multidisciplinarity has already been embedded into the system so that, there are topics, there are disciplines that are from the core, and then again, you can take electives, you can take from other options. So everything which is needed for making our students those technocrats who are professionally competent and can compete globally as envisioned in our national education policy. And that all the steps have been taken by AICTE. And since now we have the same chairman as the chairman of UGC, both the bodies are working in absolute coordination and tandem to make sure that all our policies, all our regulation are aligned. So I would just like to conclude by saying that when I meet and talk to various educators across the world and in India, I have never seen so much excitement about academia as in India because of national education policy. We need to create students who have multi-stakeholder sensitivity, multi-generational adaptability, multicultural relatability. Let us create an ecosystem, an academic ecosystem. Let us join hands, come together, and create a comprehensive, qualitative academic ecosystem that encourages inclusivity, commemorate diversity, and celebrate excellence. Thank you, AIU, for this platform. I am available for all the questions. Thank you so very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, madam. And we have now time for interaction. I will request our honorable VCs, you may have some queries. Kindly forward your queries so that our honorable speakers can interact with you.
Yeah, I have a question with the NAC, Devendra Kavdeji or Pratibha. I want to know more about SSR mock which they have introduced recently. and SSR mock. Ravinder sir, please.
Yeah, namaste sir. Yeah, nice question. I think so. ये question सबके दिमाग में हो सकता है. So it's very nice. This mock is related with the preparation of submission of SSR. Whenever the institution who wish to submit the SSR and they are in the process. So in order to avoid any hurdles which they may be facing at the last minute, this is a mock test which we have come out with in order to help the institution. This will be helpful for them in many ways. Rather than going with any sort of advice or consulting anybody, this is the support we have provided from our. Okay, sir. Yeah.
For this. What is the procedure? How we have to go ahead for this mock test?
Simple, sir. You have to just go with a login ID and password and proceed it. There is the institution generally have some misconception that by this they will be able to come out with a grade and all that. It's not like that. It is an exercise, preliminary exercise to proceed with the submission of SSR. This is a preliminary exercise that we provide.
Before how much time we have to submit it?
It's not like that. No need of it. Is an HEI's prerogative, sir. It is no compulsion is there.
If you want to do what is the proper time? Means after the final report is ready of 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, when we can go ahead for
sir, I said no, it is an HEI's prerogative. There is no compulsion.
No, I am not saying compulsion.
नहीं, वो कह रहे हैं कि अगर आपको ये भरना है तो भरिए, मतलब मॉक टेस्ट आपको हेल्प करने के लिए है.
Yes.
आपको मॉक देना है तो दीजिए, नहीं देना तो मत दीजिए, पर असली SSR जमा करने से पहले अगर आप मॉक करेंगे तो आपको थोड़ा मतलब
there is certain fees for this.
There is certain
fees है.
No, nothing, sir. It's an exercise. It's an help. जैसे support help desk होता है ना, वैसे ये help है. ठीक है.
Professor S.P. Bansal.
Yeah, Dr. Kavde ji, it was a nice presentation from your side as well as Madam Pratibha ji. And because we are sitting in a very important gathering of the Vice Chancellors conducted by AIU, therefore, I have a few serious concerns about NAC accreditation. Can we talk on this?
Sure, no problem. I think so. Let us see how we can.
Okay. Now you are talking about the vision of NAC. Yeah, vision of NAC is very nicely explained that is the self and external quality assurance for providing the quality education, to ensure the quality education in the higher educational institutions. That's very true. But my main question is that now we have gone through certain criteria, because primarily it is being asked to every higher educational institutions to submit a AQR. AQR, although it is important to submit the AQR every year, but even if the higher educational institution is not submitting AQR annually, even then the NAC is allowing the institution to submit AQR together for all the years. Firstly, this should not be my first. Second, after AQR, submitting AQR assessed by NAC, then NAC allowed the institution to submit IIQA, and after IIQA, submission of IIQA, NAC used to give 45 days to the institution for submission of SSR, and based on SSR, there is a procedure set by the NAC to allow for the NAC accreditation by the NAC peer team, before that DVV by the third party. But now my question is that there is a lot of ambiguity. I have visited so many times as a chairman in many of the institutions. Recently, I have gone for the NAC in my institution, and I have faced a lot of problems in my institution while going with the NAC. शर्मा जी यहाँ बैठे हैं, वाइस प्रेसिडेंट हैं NAC में, चेयरमैन विजिट किए हैं, मैं इनसे भी शेयर कर रहा था. तो मुझे लगता है कि दिस इज अ वेरी all of us which really concerned that there is a lot of ambiguity in between the SSR which we are going to submit by the higher educational institutions. उसमें कहीं भी कोई कोहेरेंस नहीं है जो कि IQA सबमिट कर रहे हैं जो कि SSR सबमिट कर रहे हैं और SSR के बाद जो कि एक्रेडिटेशन नेक पीयर टीम कर रही है। फॉर एग्जांपल आपने बताया कि 7 क्राइटेरिया के बेस पे हो रहा है, ठीक है। 7 क्राइटेरिया के बेस पे बाद में मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो असेसर हैं, जो नेक पीयर टीम में आते हैं, मेरे साथ भी ये प्रॉब्लम कई बार आई है एज बीइंग ए चेयरमैन, जो मेरे साथ मेंबर्स भी होते हैं, दे आर नॉट वेल वर्स्ड विद द सिस्टम। मैं एक एग्जांपल आपको देता हूं। आपका क्राइटेरिया है कि सीओज पीओज को किस तरह से मैपिंग करना है। मुझे नहीं लगता कि कोई भी एक्सपर्ट जो आते हैं टीम में, दे नोज हाउ टू मैप द सीओज एंड पीओज एंड अल्टीमेटली टू अचीव ऑन द अटेनमेंट लेवल। क्योंकि अटेनमेंट लेवल पे तो तभी पहुंचेंगे जब हमने उसको एसेस किया है, उसका मैपिंग किया है, स्कोर निकाला है और फिर नेक्स्ट ईयर पे आए हैं। और मुझे नहीं लगता कि ये नॉलेज उनको भी है। तो मुझे एक तो ये लगता है कि एसेसस डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, जिस तरह से हम फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम करवाते हैं, एसेसस डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम होना चाहिए। एक दूसरा बहुत सीरियस कंसर्न मैं यहाँ पर पेश कर रहा हूं कि आपने अलाउ किया हुआ है कि नेक पीयर टीम शेयर करेगी जो रिपोर्ट बनेगी और मैट्रिक्स स्कोर जो है वो सेपरेट है, ठीक है। आपने अलाउ कर दिया है कि चेयरमैन, केवल चेयरमैन जो है वो जो है अपने पोर्टल से वो मैट्रिक्स स्कोर with and without the consultation of the NEC peer team members, the चेयरमैन ने जो सबमिट कर दिया और जो रिपोर्ट सबमिट की, मैंने कई इंस्टीट्यूशन में देखा, अपने इंस्टीट्यूशन में भी देखा है। मैं अभी आपको एग्जांपल भी दे दूंगा, लिख के भी देने जा रहा हूं। देयर इज अ लॉट ऑफ मिसमैच इन बिटवीन व्हाटएवर द रिपोर्ट सबमिटेड बाय द नेक पीयर टीम एंड व्हाटएवर द ग्रेड दे हैव गिवन, जिसकी वजह से पर्टिकुलरली गवर्नमेंट हायर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस सफर कर रही है। हायर एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस, गवर्नमेंट की बात करूंगा, ना तो वो क्रिएट कर सकती हैं, ना हाइप क्रिएट कर सकती हैं, ना कुछ छुपा सकती हैं। मुझे लगता है कि सीरियस थॉट, ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग और assessors development program required. Thank you.
Yeah. Shall I answer? Okay. So, Namaste Bansalji. It's nice you have pointed 2-3 queries simultaneously. I will reply one by one. First, AQAR, Annual Quality Assurance Report. We ask the institution to submit every year. Though we have made compulsory and we were time to time we were flexible to allow them to submit it by extending the date. There is reason, because from the physical mode we went with an online mode concept. And why we went with an online mode concept? Again, there was a reason, because we wanted that AQR should be linked with SSR. Means every year they should fill up the SSR seriously, so that 4-5 years AQR will conglomerate to form a SSR. That was the reason, so that the people should be serious in their business every year. Okay, but unfortunately the corona came and all that, and it had again extension was, we were forced to give an extension. So this is related with the AQAR. But it's the institution. Why? See, there is a self-study report concept. You came out with a word called self. This self-study report we are asking about. Self means they have to assess and evaluate themselves where they stand. So-called self-study, and they should be serious every year. So what AQR? Okay, this is about AQR. Then we talk about IIQA 45 days and SSR. There is a process. IIQA, why we ask for IIQA institution information for quality assessment, that whether that institution is in existence ethically, technically, legally, that we have to find it out. So IIQA is essential. Otherwise, the people will start fooling. So IIQA, and then comes SSR, which they have to prepare, not at the time of the submission of SSR. Generally, the people we came to know, and you also know, most probably before 6 months or 1 year, they start preparing. But it is an exercise which has to be done the complete 5 years. So 5 years data is required. See, technically, ethically, this process which is there is fantastic if you go deep into it. But unfortunately, the people start doing it at the last moment, so they face so much of hurdles. Okay, we are going to revamp, considering all these things and the NAP and all that. Then you came out with an assessors concept, the CO, POs and all that. Yes, I agree. There is some criteria. One where we ask this qualitative metrics, that is a curricula developed and implementation have relevance to the local, national, regional, global development, which is reflected in POs, that is program outcome, program specific outcome, and course outcome of the programs offered by the institution. This is a qualitative metric which generally the institution write about in 500 words, and the peer team people who visit the institution do assess it. It depends upon their experience and all that, how they assess and judge it. See, we have 5,000 number of assessors with us plus, and it is selected by the system and the chairman category and the subject wise, it is as per state bifurcation, all system managed. So accordingly, the chairman goes. Now, it depends upon and differs upon the human, the person, the experience, not experience, the seasoned person like you, the seasoned person like Tankesh Kumarji, and all those you people are there. Sharmaji is also sitting on that. So you people are seasoned. Most probably you can judge it very nicely as compared to those people who doesn't have an experience. So it may differ. It makes a difference. So their training, categorical, strategical training is essential related with this concept. Third thing, what you pointed out, third, fourth thing, that is chairman's report and score doesn't match. Yes, this is an issue which sometimes keeps on cropping, and so then people come for appeal and all that. It is, and we every time say to the assessors that you please see what you write down in the form of report should match to the score what you provide, and this report and score has to be prepared with the common consent of other members. It is not a one-man person, the chairman is ruling the business. It is total teamwork which comes out into the picture. And this, they have to take care of the things. If they are not taking care of the things, then probably the institutions, they will come for appeal. It's natural. If the report is something very gloomy and flowery picture is there in report, and if the score is not so good, then it is a mismatch. Of course, the institution will raise an objection. What you are saying is absolutely right. So we always appeal to the assessors whenever we go for training, that they should take it very seriously, this business. The last part, which I am concluding part, I will tell you, there is a need of revamping as per NAP. And of course, in order to, I think so, we all should bat for this. That in order to avoid these discrepancies between the institution and all that, first we should focus on outcome, and second, if possible, we should push this concept of binary accreditation. It will solve several issues into the system, and we have to focus that how we can make our higher education system a very good one, a better one, a best one, to cope up the future say challenges which are coming ahead. That our focus is should be a 5 trillion economy. On that part only we should run out. Thank you very much. Yes, next please.
Permission of the chair, may I ask a question?
Dr. Mittal, I have got this mic with me. Can I ask?
Can I ask a question?
Please, please.
I am Dr. Major General Taplial. I'm Vice Chancellor Swami Vivekanand Subharati University. I have a question to NAC representing Dr. Kaudeji. And that question is based on my experience, which I have gone through during the NAC process for last 1 year. My question is, we are by filling the data in SSR. Suppose because of the human error, some entry of the data is wrong. And that data of the entry, we don't know how that has gone wrong. And even DVB clarification, during DVB clarification, DVB doesn't raise any question and doesn't ask clarifications. And when the final result comes, we come to know, and then we do the analysis of our data, and then we find somewhere in some place, we have put the data which was actually wrongly placed. And then we represent or we appeal against that grading. And then we were told that that appeal committee has no mandate to change the data. Once the data has been filled up by the institution, it has no mandate to change that, and they cannot reconsider. So because of the error of a particular one person, why the entire university and why the students suffer because of the low grade? Otherwise, that data, suppose that error which was corrected by the DBP or asked by the DBP, that would have been corrected. DBP also missed, HEI also they did a mistake, but then appeal should consider that and they should correct that. That is my question.
I really appreciate the question what you asked, but the very simple answer for the same is because the HEI, when we submit the SSR, because it's a system managed process, when we submit the SSR, we have to see very strictly that the data and the documentation what we are submitting should be up to the mark. It has to be checked twice, thrice. Those people who are coming for accreditation, they should please seriously see, because the appeal committee is also right that once submitted data and documentation in the form of SSR, whenever they upload it and the DVV happens, then there is no change. There is a reason, sir. If we allow, you just assume it. There are 42,343 colleges, 1,043 number of universities, and everybody is good, not like you most probably. There might be the people who may take an advantage of this. If we allow, then everybody will get that rosy things that you can assume it and understand. So that strict rule is there and that has to be followed. Please understand and cooperate and see when you submit and upload any sort of SSR, you have to be serious into the business rather than depending on any of the XYZ. We have to see 2-3 times before uploading it.
But what about DVB? I mean, DVB did not point out that.
Yeah, Sabriyalji, see, DVV does the business on the basis of the SOP. If the documentation is uploaded related with that, then they see and accordingly agree and proceed further. If it is not, no, you say that if HEI himself has did a mistake, then who can repair it? They will simply see that yes, HEI said this and according, because they cannot go inclusive for everything. There are thousands of such HEIs and few number of DV partners. They cannot inclusively go. They will strictly go with the NSOP and the training what we have provided and the metric and according the data documentation, and then the things goes smoothly. It's like that.
My question is,
yes.
One question to Dr. Pradeep Singh. Another question is Dr. Day-1. Very specific question. Madam, you mentioned that you brought out a lot of manuals as per the background of the various higher education institutions. We appreciate. Of course, 7 months ago, there was an exercise done by NAC preparing manual exclusively for specialized universities. I mean, the manual meant for universities of fine arts and music, universities of forensic, of course, maritime university as well. After finalization, you have sent the circular to the concerned universities, got the opinion, and moreover, you have conducted your online review meeting as well. What is the status of that manual? Are you going to bring out or not? That's my question number one. Question number two, now in your presentation told, the manual or profile which are going to be published very soon will be aligned with NEP 2020. My question is, NEP 2020, it's the most welcome feature. AIU totally welcome. As a Vice Chancellor, I also welcome it. But there are 5 state universities, 5 states in India. Government totally opposed. They have communicated to the Ministry of Education as well. They are not for implementing NEP. For a kind information, private and deemed universities of those states, we started implementing. The only problem is with the government and public universities of those states. Suppose you come out with a profile or proforma, which is going to include questions of NEP 2020, you will be allocating certain marks. Take it for granted, suppose you allocate 200 marks. So those universities who are not implementing due to compulsion on the part of the government, they can submit SSR only for 800 marks. What is going to happen? Have you taken any policy decision in NAC not to revise the profile or proforma until the NEP is going to be implemented throughout India? So these are all 2 questions. One is about the status of the specialized universities manual, another about the including the NEP in your manual or in the proforma. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay. Yeah, Pratibhaji, you can speak first.
Yeah. Thank you very much for very nice question which is asked that specialized, highly specialized manuals and the consultative meetings and the feedbacks have been conducted for that meeting. But as you know, there has been various kinds of mechanism for before launching any manual, and it has to go through various committees which are statutory, and also as per the decisions of our competent authorities and bodies, the manuals will be notified on website. So unless something is notified on website, we cannot say that the manual is launched, and after notifying also, we will give the deadline that this manual will be applicable starting from so and so date. So we notify on the websites, because, and I would request Kavreji also for the latest update, what is there for that particular consultative meeting which is held for maritime and other highly specialized manuals.
Okay, Pratibha ji. Okay, what you have answered is fine. Now, what related to the specialized manual and all that, as she stated, it takes its own course of time because some consent is essential from the authority. Now, related with what the other thing respected sir has stated about it, coming out with the manual with NEP 20, and he said that 5 states are there which has not gone with the government approval. Let me ask something very simple things. See, sir, we are talking about multidisciplinary, we are talking about skill development, we are talking about outcomes, we are talking about academic bank of credit, we are talking about national academic depository, NAP and all that. If these are not related, state related, pan-India concept. We said that we have to focus on outcomes. It's a need of the hour. Any of the state it might be, any of the stakeholder it might be, they have to focus on outcomes. So our manual most probably in the near future, which will be coming out with your support only, with your support, with your best wishes, with your cooperation, will be focusing on this aspect, most probably outcomes, multidisciplinary skill development, which is the need of the hour to make our nation a developed one. So I don't find it any discrepancies related with that. I think so you will very nicely and will agree with the bottom of the heart that there is the need for everybody pan-India to proceed with this type of concept, what is stated in NEP. Okay, it is not, forget NEP, we can just talk about this multidisciplinary skill development outcome. This will solve all the purpose. I think so Sharma ji want to speak related with that. Yeah.
Yeah, Kavreji, this is Dr. Raina. Namaskar.
Yeah, Raina sab, namaste sab.
How are you?
Fine.
I think your session generated a lot of discussion and interaction.
Yes.
One side NAC and other side all VCs together. I have a simple clarification because being a part of the system for so long with NAC visitors and getting visited myself, because you know when we file the data, when we compile the data, 2 years data is erratic because of the NAC, this COVID situations. You say 17, 18, 19, 20, you know, there is a lot which is variance. How is NAC guiding the vice chancellors and the IQAC in the institutions, how to take care of those error factors? Because once the data is submitted to DVV, you will get, this is not done, this is done, show the proof. Where are proofs when there is lockdown? Where is proof when institutions are working from home for the first time? I know you are doing a great work, human service for the academic fraternity. If you can please clarify, Dr. Kavade or the team, will be very grateful to you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Raina sab, so nice. It's Kavade. It's a Devendra Kavade. Okay. So no problem. It's okay. You are my good friend. It doesn't matter. Well, Raina sab, what you have asked is, of course, it's an old story now. We have come out with this COVID period and all that. 5 years data, if you talk about, you said that those 1.5 years were there when everybody was, means there was a lockdown and all. You just go through the matter, you will find there are only related 2 or 3 metrics which has an effect. In fact, we have asked in our manual earlier itself, ICT based teaching, if we are asking this, probably we assumed, we did not assume like that, but automatically it happened. It has benefited the institution like anything. Means if you talk about ICT based teaching and teaching learning process, so the institution and the teachers and the stakeholders have been benefited, number one. Number two, seminar, conference and workshop. Online seminar, conference and workshop webinar is being considered pan-India. We always have narrated many of the times this related with it. The only part remaining is related with the physical activity, for example, extension activity, something if we are going in the physical mode in the ground to perform that extension, there is only such type of impact only for that 1.5 year. Rest 3.5 years is fine. Everybody would have been, but leaving the 3.5 years, sometimes the institution talk about only that 1.5 year only for that simple, I think the 5, 10 or 15 points of metric. If they have already done from last 5 years, that can easily be coped up. And the other benefit part is in case of teaching learning process, in case of workshop, seminar, conference, the webinar, thousands number of such webinar conference has been conducted by the institution. So they are being immensely benefit. Means somewhere some simple, I think so 1% or something minus might be there, but 99% plus is there. So there the institution can take the benefit by moving ahead with that process. Yeah, thank you.
Just take half a minute, and I'd like to take the narrative away from NAC and release the tension from the room. This is for Pankaj Ma'am and AIU. First of all, congratulations on picking up this topic of internationalization. When we're talking about NAP 2020 and internationalization, I think we're talking about multidisciplinary education and flexibility in a sizable way. The challenge in the regulatory framework, ma'am, is there is a discontinuity in the way different regulators think. So if you look at AICTE versus UGC versus PCI, BCI, ICR, for example, all of them might have different norms. And I'll give one or two very specific issues which are very, very critical, which I want AIU to pick up. We speak about multidisciplinary education, but when PCI comes on campus, they would want a separate library. I mean, even infrastructure, which I think is just against NAP 2020. They do not accept faculty, for example, which might be from other spheres. They do not accept mingling of timetables, which is really the ethos of NAP 2020. So my request to AIU, ma'am, to you would be, somewhere we need to create a regulatory framework where all the regulators are talking the same language. That's really my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Can I
And yes, please.
I will also take not more than 1 minute. So मेरा सवाल भी मैडम पंकज मित्तल के लिए ही है, क्योंकि इसी AIU सेक्रेटरी जनरल। नहीं, एक सेकंड, इट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। प्लीज, मैं पीछे से यहाँ आया हूँ, 1 सेकंड के लिए टाइम दीजिए मेरे को। मैं इसीलिए आया हूँ यहाँ पर। इन्होंने कहा कि डिफरेंट जो एजेंसीज हैं जो कंट्रोल करती हैं, उनमें आपस में डिफरेंस है। मैं तो कहता हूँ यूजीसी का एक चेयरमैन से दूसरा चेयरमैन बदल जाए तो एकदम से चीजें चेंज हो जाती हैं। तो मेरा रिक्वेस्ट ये है, आई एम फ्रॉम ए यूनिवर्सिटी विच इज ए वेरी न्यू यूनिवर्सिटी, गवर्नमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी है, लेकिन अभी एक नया रूल बना है कि हर यूनिवर्सिटी को पहले नैक कराना पड़ेगा, नैक का ग्रेड लेना पड़ेगा, देन ओनली दे कैन बी कंसिडर्ड फॉर 12B। अब उसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम क्या हो रही है, बिकॉज वी आर वेरी न्यू यूनिवर्सिटी, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी, स्टेट का तो आपको पता है सब कुछ स्टेट से चलता है। इट इज नॉट इन माई हैंड कि मैं 100 वैकेंसीज एकदम से फिल कर दूं, तो इट विल टेक सम टाइम। लेकिन उसकी वजह से व्हाट इज हैपनिंग कि बिकॉज आई एम नॉट गेटिंग 12B यूजीसी का, माई स्टूडेंट्स आर सफरिंग। जो स्टूडेंट्स को या टीचर्स को जो ग्रांट मिलनी है या हेल्प मिलनी है यूजीसी की वजह से, जो मदद मिलनी है, दैट इज नॉट देयर, दैट इज नॉट अवेलेबल। So I think this is a very erratic kind of decision which has been taken by UGC, and I request Dr. Pankaj Mittal to take it up to Chairman UGC that these people at least they should have given some notice कि आपको 4 साल 3 साल का नोटिस दे दें, अगर ये नहीं कराओगे तो ऐसा होगा। All of a sudden जिसका विजिट भी हो गया है उसको भी रोक दिया। But this is something so different kind of decision altogether has been taken by our present UGC chairman. I will request the AIU to intervene in the matter and to help university, young university like us.
So unfortunately, right now I am not in UGC, so we'll pass on your concern to Chairman UGC and even Dr. Atul. The HACI was made with that purpose only, that there should be integration between various councils. So I feel when HACI is established and all these bodies become, performance setting bodies, so then this problem will be solved to a large extent, but nevertheless, we can take it up with the regulatory authorities. Thank you.
I am Professor. So I think with NEC, sir?
Last question, please.
Specific?
With NEC.
Okay, NEC or AICT?
With NEC.
Okay.
Okay, so my question is to Professor Devinder. So since most of the questions are directed to you, so full sympathy to you. I have 2 observations in NEC, especially as I'm happy that you are going to revisit some parameters. So there is one parameter in which you ask what is the alumni contribution in the institution. So you are asking only in terms of amount. My suggestion is if we can add some weightage, how the alumni are helping in terms of the minor project, major project, skilling, and other parameters, that should also be given some weightage. That is my suggestion. Suggestion number 2, when you ask for the outcome of the students who are being placed or going to higher education startups, we are never linked with the program outcome, program education objectives. So what is happening? N number of kind of placement letters are there, but those are not mapped the program outcome, program education objectives. So the institution has started that program,
we should see what should be the educational objective, whether the delivery was as per the plan and the students are getting those kinds of job and opportunities. If you can link it with, that will be a real science outcome. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, respected sir, because you are not named. So, you have narrated very nicely that alumni contribution should be in addition to something which they are doing it, because amount, I understand, because amount is not the only thing. Many of the alumni contribute in the form of giving some goods, or probably they might be also taking the students for employment, many of the ways, they guide and all that. But counting or assessing of such things seems to be difficult. So probably it was not kept. Later we will see how we can modify it. That was the reason only amount is being there, and that too we need a CA certified certificate and all that for the same. Related with these outcomes you are talking about, yes, to some extent you are right that we have to see that what program outcome is there, course outcome is there, and accordingly the outcome of the institution is there or not. That is narrated in criteria 1, and that metric is only for the weightage. I think the qualitative metric is there in university manual. That can be explained, and the assessor can assess it according to the whenever they visit the institution. But our focus is, should be, you please see that I have narrated in my that 5-10 minutes talk itself, that we have to see career of the students. If we are focusing on that, partners up, you will see that the goodwill of the institution automatically increases, and this grade and all that, this is all I think so for a namesake. Goodwill matters a lot. See, the institution like IITs and IIMs, where their goodwill is, and of course your institution might be also good, and many of the VCs who are sitting here, their institution might be also very, very nice. So you have acquired that goodwill, and so accordingly, because you are focusing on outcomes. So it's an urge, it's a request that please focus on outcome, and that is the need of the hour. The overall process in the near future will be based on that only. Then there will be a difference. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think lot of interaction, and you have created lot of interest also, because I know NAC will have maximum interest and interaction. All our respected VCs are waiting for that. And it is a continuous process of NAC to improve and also to modify the guidelines depending on the quality, and quality itself says that continuous change. So that is very good. Only thing I feel, as you also said, that annual quality assurance report, people are not sending now in time. So is it possible for NAC to consider some incentive those who submit in time? And their SSR is also aligned with AQR, because many institutions, they submit 3 years AQR, 4 years AQR just before this one. So that how to assess their consultancy, whether they are really doing consultancy from beginning, whether they are doing from beginning. But if annual quality assurance every year is submitted in time, all those criteria will be known that yes, these are done. If based on that, some suggestions can be given by NAC how to further improve it. Is it possible?
Yeah, Sharma sir, you
help the institution that, okay, your AQR is lacking this point. If you want to become A++, you need this thing, you need this thing, you need, it is up to the university whether they can do, or college they can do or not. Because I tell you, most of the confusion in particularly colleges and in some universities, when we say outcome based, they are not able to understand what is program outcome based, what is the course outcome based, and how to calculate it. And also when you say outcome, they only think the placement, only this point. And placement may be 10%, 20%. They simply write that 10%. And when this data goes 10% or 20% placement, naturally they cannot get A grade. So some of the understanding of the institutions, also whatever they are doing much more, but proper that documentation or filling of all this, because as one of our honorable VC said that DVV, once data is given, because it is third party, there is no interference from the NAC also. So that data is considered. Many times, many papers are not counted in DVV. They always complain that we have published so many, and they show to the team also, but nothing is there in the hands of team. So such kind of the things can be avoided if AQR is submitted in time, and based on that, some suggestions can be given by NAC to the institution, so that it will be also as per the vision of the NAC, helping the institution. Because now NAC is helping when we are organizing some awareness. Otherwise, you are not coming forward from your side, and not possible also, because so many institutions are there. But it can be possible when it is done like this. This is just my suggestion came into my mind. That will also help. जैसे हम बच्चों को कहते थे हैंड राइटिंग अच्छी है तो असेसमेंट में 2 मार्क्स मिलेंगे और ज्यादा, अगर अटेंडेंस 100% है तो समथिंग लाइक दैट, आई थिंक दैट विल मोटिवेट, also help the institution to improve themselves, because our aim as NAC also should be how to help the institution. Otherwise, it gives a message of inspector type of the things, that the inspection is done, and this is just they want to see this paper, their paper. It is not there in DVV 0 or 100. So in between 0 and 100, this could be one of these. This is just suggestion only. It is nothing question.
Yeah.
So I think we can conclude, because lunch time is already there, and I take this opportunity to thank, first of all, Madam Pankaj Mittal and also AIU to organize such an vibrant interaction. And we have seen that almost every one of us is so much getting benefit from both our two advisor and deputy advisors of the NAC. It has created a lot of interest and very vibrant interactions. So I take this opportunity to thank Dr. Devendra Kavade and also Dr. Madam Mrs. Pratibha Singh ji, Deputy Advisor NAC, that for making such a nice presentation. And we look forward for your help, all of us. I am telling on behalf of all of us, to help each one of us, that how further we can improve our, because the grade is directly associated with many schemes now. So we would like that our all the universities come to A+, not only A. So thank you very much. I also take this opportunity to thank Madam Seema Jaggiji, Assistant Director General ICR, for making known to all of us the agriculture education, which is having so much relevance to us. And I am sure that general universities can also now start agriculture department with your, and because the multidisciplinary and all those things and skill, all those things can be amalgamated with the agriculture education. Only thing that we should not diversify so much, and we should not be so much highly specialized at graduation level. And the number of seats, if it can be possible to increase at PG level, because at PG level in ICR system, the number of seats is very less. It is just like MD or MS, 2 seats or 4 seats or 3 seats, and so much resources are spent. I have gone to many universities, ICR complex, the instruments are lying in verandas. Very less users. Whereas in general universities, we fight among ourselves to use 1 incubator or 2 incubators. So this is the 2 extreme condition. If we can bring more closer this collaboration, I think Madam can take up this one. But I really thank you for making presentation of such a nice education system of our country. Dr. Madam Mamta Rani Agrawal, Advisor 1, one of the senior most person. She has lot of experience of UGC, Ministry, AIU, and now in technical education, has given a good deliberation on the role of and identifying especially those countries where we can focus and can get more international students from these countries, and also the areas. She has also told that yoga, Ayurveda, and other areas can again attract the students from these countries. When we are talking about internationalization, we should think of getting the students from these countries, not from Canada or USA, because they will not see the education system as attractive as they have their own better infrastructure. So thank you very much, madam, for making very good presentation. And I also take this opportunity to thank each one of the Honorable Vice Chancellor that you have created such an interactive session, and also a number of doubts as well as suggestions to improve further, because I remember the NAC always write to Vice Chancellor to give suggestions for making the your manuals and other things. But what happens when we are working in normal office hours, it is very difficult to get time to give suggestions. So I am sure that these suggestions which have been provided, Dr. Devendra ji kindly put up on our request to the director, sir, that these are the suggestions may be considered. And sir has rightly said, particularly those states, because we are also knowing that they do not want the name NEP 2020. So kindly do not put the name NEP 2020. That's all. You make suggestions, outcome, multidisciplinary, flexible, everything. But please do not use the term and it is as per NEP 2020. This is just my own suggestion. That's all. All these states are making same guidelines, same, but removing the name of NEP 2020. I know. So kindly make this suggestion to our honorable director. So thank you very much, sir. And you all are invited for lunch. I am just taking the madam's her area, but I think she will allow to join a lunch. Thank you very much. And thank you very much that madam has given me this opportunity to chair.
Thank you all for this informative discussion. It will definitely help to take higher education to newer heights. Now may I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Galgotias University, Professor Dr. Preeti Bajaj, to felicitate our guests, to felicitate our chairperson, Professor G.D. Sharma. Again, I request ma'am to felicitate Professor Pankaj Mittal. May I again request ma'am to facilitate our Srimati Mamta Rani. We will also felicitate our speakers, Dr. Seema Jaggi, Dr. Devendra Kavre, and Dr. Pratibha Singh virtually. We will send all the mementos by post.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll be sending. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ma'am, may I request you to kindly propose the vote of thanks? You have to.
So thank you so much, Professor Sharma and Dr. Pankaj, Dr. Pratibha, and everyone who have joined online and offline for this wonderful session, which has, everybody's pain area as well, and everybody wanted to contribute as well. Thank you so much, and let's join for the lunch. And post lunch will be here by 2:30, as we had the session has been delayed by half an hour. So the lunch is arranged in the same pandal wherein breakfast was there. Thank you.
बोलो आ रही आवाज मीटिंग चल रही कि नहीं अभी है? यूट्यूब लाइव क्या है? चलो चलो फिर लंच वंच करने जाओ। तो कोई फाइल वाइल है तो नहीं है? ये इनके यहाँ कौन आदमी है जो वो है ये बता रहे हैं कौन आदमी है जो ऑपरेटर है अगर तो बताओ तो हाँ क्या नहीं नहीं वो हिस्ट्री में ये पुष्टि की गई, इसमें जो संशोधन था वो कर लिया गया।
हाँ तो वो एक जगह हो गया था, एक जगह बच गया था, पहले पे तो हो गया था
दूसरा
चयन में, हाँ
कर लिया गया है, मेंशन करना चाहिए। ठीक और देखिए
ये सर वो फर्स्ट मार्क्स जो नॉन टीचिंग वाइज सर ये
हाँ
जांच रिपोर्ट है इसमें आलोक मिश्रा और जे कल्याणी के संदर्भ में जांच की तो टीचिंग की थी एक नॉन टीचिंग टीचिंग वाली तो नॉन टीचिंग वाली वही जो मैंने कहा
उसमें टीचिंग की है
तो ये जे कल्याणी
ये अवधेश प्रसाद मिश्रा दोनों टीचिंग है,
दोनों टीचिंग ये सर फैक्ट है सर, ये सर समझ में नहीं आ रहा है या तो आप अपने सामने से पर खोल के सर इसको
नहीं अच्छा इसके अलावा वो उसका क्या हुआ, जो एक और रिपोर्ट थी जो वकील के पास
सर मतलब एक मिनट सर आप सीधे से बता रखते हैं कि मेरे पास अलमारी से था नहीं मैं अभी सर आपको
तो ये इनकी रिपोर्ट है, इसकी तो निर्णय हो चुका है उसमें, तो खोलो जरा। Yeah. रखा गया था भाई, तो मेरा दस्तखत दिया था तो मीटिंग में रखा गया था, उसके बाद हाँ ठीक है, वो भी ला के दे दीजिएगा। हेलो हेलो हाँ बोलो हाँ 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 तो दिसंबर में ठीक रहेगा ना? हाँ ठीक है मैं बता दूंगा। एक दिन का रहेगा, सुबह आके शाम को वापस। तो कैसे करोगे, मतलब वही, मतलब कब पहुंचोगे, कब ये टाइमिंग मुझे बताओ तो मैं तय करा दूँ। हाँ बात करके भाई कब कब पहुंचोगे, कितने घंटे का होगा तो उसके हिसाब से कर लेंगे। ओके, ठीक ठीक। Sir. Sir.
On है sir. Welcome back to the North Zone Vice Chancellor's Meet 2022-23 of AIU. The theme for this meet is International Student and Faculty Mobility. We'll start our technical session shortly. Before starting this technical session, please be informed about the structure of the session. There will be an opening remark by the chairperson for 5 minutes. Time for each panelist for speaking would be 10 minutes. Open house discussion and question answer round will be for 40 minutes and concluding remarks by the chair will be of 10 minutes. Coming to the theme, international students have different reasons to choose a particular course program and study location. This flow of international students has been a reflection of national and international strategies and decisions of individual students worldwide. The stupendous challenge confronting higher education today is how to make international opportunities available to all equitably. The challenge for India is how to attract international students as well as faculties to Indian universities. There will be deliberations on both these challenges in this session. Therefore, in this session, there will be discussions on efforts needed from Indian higher education institutes to promote student and faculty mobility from other countries to India. To chair the session, we have amongst us Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi National Open University. We have 3 speakers for this first technical session. Professor Nilofer Khan, Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Srinagar. She is attributed to be the first woman Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Srinagar. She is a distinguished academician and administrator. Professor Nilofer is the first woman Vice Chancellor of the university. Enriched with teaching experience of more than 30 years, she has served Kashmir University in several important academic and administrative capacities. Professor Nilofer has been a member of various important decision-making bodies of the university. Having visited a number of countries abroad, she has vast exposure in the field of academics and administration. She visited several universities in the USA to study academics and the examination system under an international visitors program. Her publications have figured in several journals of national and international repute. Next, we have amongst us Padam Shri Professor Nazma Akhtar. She is the Vice Chancellor of Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. She is a renowned woman academic and academic administrator and the first woman to hold the post of Vice Chancellor in Jamia Millia Islamia. Professor Akhtar worked for 15 years at the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration. She worked for 15 years at the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration. She also established the first state-level management institute in Allahabad and was the controller of examination and director of academic programs at Aligarh Muslim University. She has worked immensely towards the welfare of women. She has been a consultant to UNESCO, UNICEF, and DANIDA. In 2022, Akhtar was conferred with one of India's highest civilian awards, Padam Shri, by the Government of India. Next, we have Dr. Atul Khosla. He is the Vice Chancellor of Sholini University of Biotechnology and Management Sciences. He was CEO and global partner at Oliver Wyman, the leading international consulting firm. He was also a consultant with McKinsey and Company for 25 years and advised clients in India, Asia, North America, Europe, and Australia. He was Senior Group Director and founder of Everest Group's businesses in India and Asia. With his immense experience, Dr. Khosla drives new initiatives at Sholini University. His incessant efforts have led him to attain #1 rank among private universities in India in the ranking for setting exemplary global standards in research and academic excellence. Next, to chair this session, I would like to introduce Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor of Indira Gandhi National Open University, the largest open university in the world. He is one of the senior eminent Vice Chancellor in the country. Earlier, he was the Vice Chancellor of Kumaon University, Kumaon, Uttarakhand Open University. He served as Director of the Faculty of Management Studies, Vikram University, Ujjain. He has been a member of the Governing Council of the Association of Indian Universities for a period for 1 year and President of the Indian Accounting Association. He was a fellow at the Commonwealth of Learning, Canada in Scotland and was conferred with D.Litt by KK Handik Open University, Guwahati. He is also a recipient of Saraswati Samman from UP Government Nehru Literacy Award of the Indian Adult Education Association, New Delhi. He has to his credit 8 books, 160 research papers, and many addresses to his credit. Now I request Professor Nageshwar Rao to kindly.
Now we request the Vice Chancellor of this university to honor our guest with bouquet.
Okay.
Yeah, to the chair. Thank you, madam. Nazma Akhtar, madam. Welcome. Professor Atul Khosla. Welcome you, sir. And we also welcome Professor Nilofer Khan virtually through virtual floral welcome. And I just want to add 2 points to the introduction of our chairperson. He was Vice Chancellor of Rajarshi Tandon Open University, Allahabad also, and he was the governing council member of AIU also. Sir, I welcome you and I request you to chair this session.
Good afternoon to all of you. Honorable President of the Association of Indian Universities, Professor Suranjan Das ji, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, Vice President, Pankaj Mittal ji, Secretary General, my own panelists on the dais, Professor Nazma Akhtar, Vice Chancellor of Jamia Millia, Professor Nilofer Khan, Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, virtually joined here, Professor Atul Khosla ji, Vice Chancellor of Shulni University, Ramaji, to whom I associated for the last 13-14 years, distinguished Vice Chancellors and fellow delegates. It's an honor for me to be a part of this North Zone Vice Chancellors meet at Delhi itself. Nazma ji, we all know that she is a distinguished speaker and done a lot in the field of internationalization. National education policy has laid stress on internationalization. And almost all the universities, conventional universities, the open universities, and also the judicious blending of both the modes which are being used by other universities, dual mode universities. Everyone is trying to reach internationally. The scenario has changed. Physically, we have to reach internationally, or mentally. Our academic power, our contents, our delivery mechanism, our teaching learning process, how it can reach to our international partners. That is the thrust on which we all have to develop our strategies. Of course, as far as the national education policy is concerned for internationalization, there is a portal created by the InflibNet, and there all of us can put our own details to strengthen that particular area. Recently, in 2018, UGC has come out with online regulations. And that has really helped all of us to move internationally without our physical presence of teachers and the physical presence of the learners. Of course, Indira Gandhi National Open University, it is doing the same thing since 1996. And as of now, more than 80,000 learners, they were registered and they are having the degrees from this university virtually. This online regulations wherein the NIRF ranking as well as the NAC accreditation process. These two were put as the initial eligibility criterion. And as on date, around 100 institutions that have been permitted all over the country to go for internationalization of their programs. And that too through online mode. The statistics which we get about it is, each institution is making sincere efforts to reach internationally with the modes which are being specified in the online regulations of 2018. Later on, these online regulations and the ODL regulations, they were combined in 2020. And for some category of institutions, the UGC has exempted the categorization process, the recognition process, and they say that you have to submit the basic criteria, basic details, and then they will be permitted to go for the internationalization of the students without the mobility of the faculty and without the mobility of the learners. And recently, the chairperson UGC has also said that as compared to last year, the number of online learners, they have gone up, not only at the national level, but also internationally. And he's also highlighted the specific programs which are very, very popular all over the globe. We are moving ahead and the pace is relatively fast. I'm just stopping it here to listen to our distinguished panelists who are going to share their valuable experiences, valuable insights, and also the way forward to strengthen this mechanism, of course, in a different way. The phrase, the mobility of faculty and mobility of learners, now that is to be reworded or maybe re-emphasized in such a way so that our reach, it can be much, much better in terms of content as well as in terms of delivery also. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now I request Professor Nazma Akhtar to continue the session.
ये बंद कर इतना तो करेंगे. Okay, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address this August gathering. And I must begin by congratulating the AIU and the Galgotia University for being the host of such a grand program, which has brought everybody from the northern zone together and ready to learn from each other. Professor Nageshwar Rao, Vice Chancellor of IGNOU, Professor Nilofer Khan, Kashmir University, who will be joining virtually, I think. Professor Atul Khosla, the Vice Chancellor of the Sholini University, which is making waves nowadays. And Professor Suranjan Das, Professor Pankaj, Professor G.D. Sharma ji, all of you have made this possible together. And I also thank Professor Preeti for making this, because organizing is one can visualize that such a thing should happen, but actually doing it takes a lot of courage and a lot of inputs into it. So I'm happy to be here. The topic is also very important, internationalization of education, higher education, and international student and faculty mobility, which is part of this session. India is in the process of becoming a global study destination. We all wish and pray that it becomes the final important global study destination. We all are witnessing a paradigm shift in our approach to internationalization of education. It marks an inbound approach that envisions India emerging as an educational hub for the world, contributing to the growth of the knowledge economy. This goal, as visualized by the NEP 2020, is to be realized by fostering research and teaching collaborations and ensuring student and faculty exchange with top higher educational institutions across the world through the instrument of MOU agreements or agreements of different types. It would also mean that leading Indian universities will have an opportunity to establish offshore campuses, even as the top 100 universities of the world are allowed to set up campuses in India with their international offices in India and providing the high-level education within the country to those who are till now going abroad to get that knowledge. Further, the NEP 2020 has enabled top-ranked Indian universities and institutions to develop twinning programs with overseas international institutions, besides offering joint degrees and dual degrees. The entire educational scenario is in the domain of higher education is in for a transformation as a new opportunities and new possibilities are getting explored and concretized. Over 170 universities in the country have established an Office of International Affairs within the university, and over 150 universities have set up Alumni Connect to bring alumni or their respective institutions together for the strengthening and consolidation of their universities. Let me give a few examples. My own university. We in Jamia Millia Islamia have an Office of International Relations and Alumni Connect. We have forged collaborations with over 70 off-campus offshore universities and educational institutions across the continent. Under the aegis of extant MOU and agreements, we carry out activities such as student exchange, faculty exchange, joint research, joint publication, joint conferences, seminars, and workshops. One of the highlights of our partnership is the mobility of international students and faculty coming to India. International students come for a semester program. One semester they spend here and pick up courses that are aligned with their disciplines, which they are majoring in or specializing in in their universities, either graduate, undergraduate, or postgraduate level of learning. Given the multidisciplinary nature of the university, Jamia Millia Islamia, they have a bouquet of courses to choose from. They register with the university for the credits and go through the process of continuous evaluation and end semester exam also. The credits they earn at the end of the course are transferred to the parent institution. We are also in the process of enabling our students the replication of the same arrangements that would help them earn credits in offshore institutions and bring them back for academic integration. This arrangement is being facilitated through a regulatory mechanisms as it evolves and transformation of the system that has existed here too. The university is also game open for short-term courses and a 3 to 6 week summer or winter school. International mobility is not restricted to students. We are more than keen to bring international faculty to our campus to ensure that our students are exposed to the brightest of the academics from foreign universities. Under the existing arrangement, foreign faculties either accompanies these students coming from foreign universities. In this case, it was Virginia University, USA, which sends us teachers as well as students. So their teachers come to India, to Jamia, and they spend a semester teaching our students at Jamia Millia, while their students are being taught by our teachers. We have a very successful model to fall back upon. And this has been going on for a long time. In fact, now a few years have gone back, except for the COVID period when we didn't invite them. Our internationalization of higher education was in full swing in pre-pandemic period. We are striving to develop existing partnerships further even as we forge our new collaborations. Our partnership with universities and industries and institutions in the US, Europe, Asia, and Far East has brought great vibrancy and productivity to our engagements. Through our collaborations, we have attracted foreign faculty on a long-term basis who train our students in foreign languages, who stay with us and are full-time faculties of Jamia Millia, and they are teaching in foreign languages so that our student is not only learning the language, read or write, but also in the right pronunciation. We also give them a chance to go to that particular country from where the language is connected. Our faculty have developed individual research partnership with their counterparts in overseas educational institutions. They have been able to leverage their association to bring in the leading lights of the campus under the initiative of the Global Initiative for Academic Network, that is the GYAN program. We in Jamia have hosted scores of GYAN programs, enabling our students and researchers to interact with the top academics for a short-term period, giving them adequate international exposure to benchmark learning and research processes. Currently, we are strengthening our research ecosystem also through academic and research collaborations with the best institutions in the world under the scheme for promotion of academic and research collaboration, that is SPARC of the Government of India. Jamia has received several SPARC projects in various domains of learning. These schemes and initiatives have augmented our academic resources, initiated quality reforms, and augmented our capacity for global exchange. The cultural exchange agreements signed by Government of India with various universities, various countries, and implemented through ICCR,
ICSSR, UGC, etc., need to be leveraged for attracting students from overseas. We also need to leverage the Indian Network for Internationalization of Higher Education, INIHE, for the upgradation of quality research, capacity building, information sharing, and advocacy. The AIU collaboration portal can be optimally put to use for showcasing our best departments, centers, and facilities that could drive forward the Study India program being conducted by the Government of India. India can successfully brand itself as a global study destination that provides high quality education to all, keeping in mind that close to 5 million students, as supported by organizations for economic cooperation and development 2017 report, has been enrolled in higher education outside their home countries. And the latest data from the Ministry of External Affairs suggests that only 49,000 foreign students are enrolled in India for higher education, as against the 13 lakhs Indian students who have moved out of India for studying abroad. Now, every person is interested in getting his son or daughter getting 1 degree from abroad, and therefore they are trying to send them away, which is a very expensive affair for a person who is not who is a salary earner, and therefore many students would like to go, but they are not able to get it. Today, Jamia Millia students have Jamia Millia has students from 40 countries. We are trying to enhance the presence of foreign students, and thanks to NEP 2020, a new regulatory mechanisms are falling in place, creating a level playing field for all the educational operators, both from the government and the private sector. Because private sector has their own maybe benefits of attracting students, which many public universities are finding difficult to do because of the limitations of the funds. We are looking forward not only to engage with the best minds, but assimilating the best international practices, besides the unflagging rigor associated with teaching, learning, and research. We intend this culture to bear upon institution and industry linkages also, that would get translated into economic prosperity of the nation. It is inevitable that once India becomes a global study destination, coupled with economic growth, as we stand today at the 5th largest economy of the world and aspiring to become a $10 trillion economy in 2030, India would position itself as a global job destination to a holistic and integrated approach to the development of nation as envisioned by the Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji will bring a complete turnaround in the life of the nation, and in India will not be only be completely self-reliant, but also become a beacon for the world in sync with its glorious past, its values, its ethos, its many other things that we have to showcase and to sell to the outer world, because this country has not developed only in the few maybe decades, few centuries. It has a very long history and development of its culture, which we can show to the other countries, and they are ready to come to India to learn about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for this exhilarating note. Next, I would like to invite Dr. Atul Khosla, Vice Chancellor, Shulini University of Biotechnology and Medical Sciences, Solon, to continue the session and to present his views. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a presentation, if that can please be brought up. Someone help me. I think it was on this computer. If someone can please put it up. It's already loaded on this. Okay, can I get the pointer, the changer, please? Okay, sorry for this. So first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity, AIU and Galgotias University. We have such a distinguished panel, and I'm very humbled when I present my views. I was, over the last 1 month, traveling across multiple geographies. And what you'll see today will be some thoughts of mine, along with some discussions we were having in New York, where I was at the New York University, and also some other discussions I've had. I'll start off by saying that we live in a world of disruption, and this disruption is happening very, very fast. And one key thing about this disruption is internationalization and globalization. So this theme of internationalization is not unique to India. The only country which is talking about internationalization. In this conference at New York University, everyone spoke about internationalization. And I want to focus today on inbound and not outbound. How do we get more faculty and more students into India, which is really the vision of a prime minister, which is to become the Vishwaguru. I have a presentation. I hope these guys can figure it out. Yeah, but I need to move it. Ah, there it is. Can I get? Lovely. Can I help? Can it go back? Okay. Lovely. Thank you very much. So formally, once again, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Dr. Rao, Najmaji, Dr. Sharma, Dr. Das, everyone over here, esteemed Vice Chancellors. It's an honor to be here today. I will be talking about inward mobility. I'll be talking about globalization and internationalization. We all know that internationalization will be the key for the university of the future. In every discussion that we as academicians have, and we talk about the university of the future, we talk about mobility. We talk about mobility, whether it's online, whether it's offline, but internationalization is key for all of us. And this is given. I think it's a unique opportunity for Indian universities. Our dear friend from AICTE proposed a framework, and I very humbly disagree with that. I think India needs to, if it wants to be the Vishwaguru, we really have to focus on the hard part. And the hard part is to get students and faculty from the most developed nations into India. Can we do that? The answer is yes. And I'm going to give a couple of anecdotes over here. Way back in the mid-90s, I used to be in consulting, working for a firm called McKinsey & Company. And there was a big disruption happening at that point of time, which was happening through Y2K. And there were few large technology companies entering India. Infosys was coming up. GE had started looking at India to build a very large technology base. We also had TCS and Wipro. And at that point of time, NASSCOM asked McKinsey to look into how to make India the destination for IT of the world. I was very lucky to be running this project, leading the project. Pretty much everyone laughed at India when we went around the world. They did not give India a chance. But when we looked at numbers, we said, hey, actually, it's counterintuitive, but India can become the largest IT provider of the world. we had the biggest cost advantage. We had the largest number of technology professionals in the world. And I think that's relevant to universities in India. The cost of education in the world is going through huge inflation. If we can provide great education, which the Western world sees as great education, at 1/10 the price which we can, I think there's going to be a flood of students from the United States and wherever you think about developed countries coming to India. The hospital world, the healthcare world is already doing it. And I think it's now up to us to start thinking global and thinking international, not developing countries, but developed countries. So why would we want to internationalize? I think it makes economic sense. If I'm extracting X fees from students from India, it's very easy to get 2X from the international world. A 400,000 rupee fees is peanuts for someone who's studying at Harvard. So can we develop a program, ma'am, where 2 years one studies at Jamia and then the 2 years at Harvard, and imagine the cost advantage to the student. Of course, Harvard would say the quality of education has to be the same, so it won't be easy. Indian students will gain because there is going to be huge learning through diversity. Diversity is going to be key. And I'm going to give a small example over here. 10 years back, when I was just starting with Shulini, there was a student from Oxford who had come. And there was a controversy between Harbhajan Singh, if you remember, in Australia, where he was calling Andrew Simmons monkey. I think some of you who follow cricket might remember that. So wherever the student went, everyone called him monkey. And this student, luckily, was a good student. He would also behave like a monkey, right? The fact was our students did not understand internationalization. It's way different today, but we have a long way to go. Research and innovation cannot happen without collaboration. The theme at the THE conference was collaboration through research and collaboration at a faculty to faculty level. Opportunity for India. US-Chinese collaborations have come down by 70%. And I think it's a wide space for Indian universities to take. You build a brand, that's an opportunity through internationalization. Finally, all rankings, including NIRF, have internationalization as a big area. If you can't internationalize, we of course won't have the rankings. So what could be our stretch goals? And this is stretch goals that I think Shulini would have. Hopefully these are stretch goals that you would have. Let's aspire for 30% international students, 20% international faculty, and 60% of our research publications happening through collaborative international research. How do we make it happen? I'm going to leave 6 ideas for all of us. First, let's not please take the easy route. It's very easy to go out and get students from Ethiopia and Kenya. I started off by saying we need to challenge ourselves and say, can we get students from the developed world? We need to provide world-class quality, exactly what is provided in international universities in the US at 1/3 or 1/4 the price in India. And the world will fundamentally open to us like it happened in the IT world I spoke about. I think we can sell India and Indianness. India is a country of romance. India is a country which is romantic. And I think every Western student is excited to be in India, but we've never really sold India. There's no Indian brand out there. And that's the reality today. So can we collectively as universities and as AIU go out and build India as a brand and sell something unique which India has, which most of the world doesn't? Incidentally, it's already happening with some other countries. And I would, I don't have the time, but Malaysia and Indonesia are very exciting countries that are building a big international set of universities, despite the fact that they're very small. Third, how do we get the students? Let's focus on latent demand. What do I mean by this? There's a huge Indian diaspora which is out there in the world. There's a huge South Asian diaspora that's out there in the world. There's a huge amount of people who admire the Indian education system. And that's the type of population that we need to target to start with. So if I'm a student and I've got lots of friends, I went to IIT Kanpur for my undergrad. I've got lots of friends out there in the US, and they really want to send their students, their children back to India. I think that's the first focus. That should be the first focus for all of us. So let's focus on this latent demand. While we should be thinking big, I think we need to implement incremental. And let me give a couple of examples over here. We are talking to NTU Singapore on how we can get NTU students into India. Let's face it, friends, the reality is Singapore students are not going to come to India to start with for 4 years. Like Lajma ji said, let's create small programs, get their confidence, 3-week programs, summer school programs. Especially in the US, every student goes through study abroad. Pretty much every student goes through study abroad. Today, very few of them are coming to India. They're going to Africa, for example. So can we get more of such students for 3 weeks, 6 weeks, 1 semester, 2 semester probably programs, and then transfer them back to their parent institution? Fourth, and to me, this is the most important. We do not have fundamental hygiene in India. Please understand, hygiene is a very, very important part of every human being. We cannot attract a student if we are not able to provide the expectation of hygiene and food. And I'm going to give another example over here. We invited a Brazilian faculty member to come to India, and she left after 3 weeks. And I asked her, why are you leaving? And very politely, she had a reason to leave. But as I probed, I think she left because she could not take the spicy food of India. And I know we're very proud of our spicy food, but please realize that a Western professional who's never had Indian food will find it very difficult to have that food. Our toilets are not clean, man. That's for you. We have to make the basic things happen. So I am running a program of internationalization at Shulini this year. And for me, it's about keeping our toilets clean. That's it. I think if we can't keep our toilets clean, I mean, I shudder when I think about toilets at IIT Kanpur. I mean, it was pathetic. Why will a Western student from America come to India in that type of hygiene? They won't. And I don't think it's about money. We built some great international hostels, but let me tell you, the hygiene is still bad. So let's just get the basics right. That's my 5th point. And finally, flexibility. So thank you, NAP 2020. You're pushing us towards flexibility. But as institutions, we just cannot push our cycles onto international students. If the 3 weeks for them will happen between October to November, it's going to be October to November. So we need to bring in that flexibility both for faculty exchange and student exchange into us. The last thought is about how do we get international faculty into our universities? Treat them like rock stars. They are rock stars. When they come for 3 weeks, create a program where we don't have the traditional way that they deliver, which is 3 lectures in a week. Why can't they create the program in, let's say, 6 weeks or 3 weeks? And by the way, the Indian School of Business and some other institutions are already experimenting with that. So bringing flexibility into our curriculum in the way we operate, I think is also very, very important. So finally, globalization is a mindset. So let's change our culture, I think. I think it's very driven by the ecosystem. We have to bring excellence everywhere, in everything that we do, every time. And I think once we do that, we will see internationalization happen. We'll see foreign faculty come to India. We'll see students come to India. It's happening in the corporate world. It's happening very rapidly in the corporate world. And I see no reason why it will not happen in the university world and the academic world. So a minute about Shulini. We started our university 12 years back with a very simple passion, a passion to build deep research and innovation into the university system, private university system. People laughed at us. Today, as we speak, we are very successful. Someone spoke about the THE rankings. If we could do it as a very small university on one parameter that we decided we want to focus on, which was research, I think all of us collectively can become the Vishwa Guru of the world. We can go out and build great institutions. we can build great institutions that are high up the rankings and are highly preferred across the world. And once again, thank you for the opportunity and love to answer any questions over time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for sharing such inspirational vision with us. Finally, I would like to invite Professor Nilofer Khan, Vice Chancellor, University of Kashmir, Srinagar, for taking this session forward. She'll be joining us online.
Thank you very much. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Ma'am,
am I audible?
Hello?
Am I audible? I have joined. Am I audible?
Yeah, please. You are audible.
Sorry for the delay. Our technical team will be checking the session.
Am I
We
audible?
have Professor Nilofer Khan with us. She'll be joining online and continue the session.
Okay.
Are we audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you are, but am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Please continue.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to everyone. At the outset, I congratulate AIU for this wonderful conference, which is
Your voice is breaking. Ma'am, can I hear you? Your voice is not coming properly. It's breaking and it's very low.
Am I audible now? Is it okay?
No. Now it's okay, ma'am.
Fine. Good afternoon, everyone. And at the outset, I congratulate AIU for organizing this wonderful conference, which is very relevant and timely. Chairperson of this technical session, Professor Nageshwar Rao, Professor Najmaji, Professor Atul Khosla, Mrs. Pankaj Mittalji, Professor Suranjan Das, Dr. Preeti Bajaj, Vice Chancellor of this great university, Professor G.D. Sharma, other Vice Chancellors of various esteemed universities, other delegates and participants. Really, I feel honored for giving me a chance to address to this August gathering. As I said, I feel this meet is very relevant and timely. When I choose these two words, relevant and timely, I mean, it's been organized at a very proper time because all the universities are preparing themselves for a new education policy. So are we. The different ideas since morning, the different speeches which we have listened are of great importance and great information. So was the earlier two speakers whom I listened to. Although much of my matter has been covered by them, so I will try to be very brief. We say that we have to make India an attractive destination for higher education study. Of course, as many of the speakers said, in the past also many efforts have been made in this, and it's not that. India has a good number of foreign students, but we can improve more so that we compete at the global level. At present, the most common directions of cross-border student flow is from what we see, the world scenario is from developing to developed countries. India envisages to enroll around 5 lakh international students by year 24, which is of course a great challenge for us. And definitely the new education policy has been the main objective of new education policy is one of it, for which we all universities have to prepare. Internationalization is a process by which nationally produced knowledge is transmitted to people and countries other than where it is produced. When I talk about this is, we have to prioritize the areas where we can globally attract the foreign students into our country for knowledge transmission. Of course, there are many courses, and many of them can be more. After the proper research and the proper the global scenario is kept into mind. If you see right now, Malaysia is now international educational hub. Dubai has almost housed 20 international universities. Definitely the number of Indian students abroad has increased. This shows why we are not able to make our higher education to compete at global levels. Of course, many of the earlier speakers have addressed these issues with the solutions. We definitely.
Nilofer, I just want to inform you that your slides are not moving.
No, they will move. I'm first talking and then I'll move to them.
No, thank you.
I'll move to them later. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay, fine.
Fine. So this shows why we are not able to make our higher education to compete at global levels. This is what the earlier speakers were talking about. 73% of students are studying in USA, UK, Australia, and Canada. Now, a good number of our professors teach abroad. The earlier speaker said we have very hardworking faculty working abroad with, all the good acumen, but why we are not able to encash their, expertise in our own country, the thought which we have to probe, and we all know about it. So the concerned capacity building of a faculty to foster international capabilities in teaching learning process is very important. Develop infrastructure step by step. We cannot at once, develop our infrastructure. Very good points were raised by the earlier speaker about health and hygiene, nutrition, and so on, because it cannot happen at the same speed in all countries or institutions. We are very well aware of it. What we offer or our higher education institutes offers at global level has to be career-oriented and skill-oriented. Every university and every state can see where they can really offer good programs to the international students. We at the university of level, we at our own university level, because our university is very rich in arts and crafts, rich, I say, about the paper mache, about the quill work, about the other, arts and crafts. So we are trying to, like, there was an idea before, could be a short program of 2 to 3 months. We are working on it, and definitely we are going to, throw this type of an idea at international level, at national level also, so that we can rope in some international students also. When I talk about my own university, our university is the premier institute of higher learning in JNK UT. Recently, the university was ranked 53rd, 53 ranking, and university, university ranked 51 to 55 in QS India ranking, 21 ranked as A+, under NAC 2019. So when I see the potential of my own university, it has immense potential to work in different fields. Of course, research, we have international collaborations, but we definitely, the idea which has been put forth by the AIU in this present meet, definitely there are lots of opportunities where our university can take a lead and move forward. Our university has already, number of research projects at international levels, which we are collaborating. I'll just give an idea about them so that, even at the national level, the Honorable Vice Chancellors and other delegates can see where the potential in different regions is. Like you can see, we have some major international collaborative projects. So this gives an idea that India and our country is already at the scenario of international higher education level. And in some of the universities, maybe they are taking more lead at the research level. So you can have an idea. Can we just go to the this one? Yeah. You can just have an idea. Our university is, I said, one of the premier institutes. We have 149 affiliated colleges, 69 department centers, 6 campuses, 40 faculties, 172 programs. And I wanted to highlight this, the major thrust areas of research which we have: biodiversity, climate change, cell signaling, all these, gender studies, colloidal chemistry. So definitely these days we are working how we can attract international students. Like the idea was given for small programs, we are working on it. So definitely whatever is strength of our research, we are going to encash it at the international level also. We have a number of, different publications. You can just, have a view that publication wise also at international level, our university is doing well. So again, we are trying to see which are the fields where our publications have great citations at international level, are published in good journals at international and national level. And definitely we are working how we can encash it and globally attract the students in our own university. Sometime back, we did have under SARC exchange program, some students from Sri Lanka, some from Bangladesh, and some from Pakistan for our Kashmir studies. So definitely, then for some time, it was standstill. It has again become active. And we are trying to, take some more students under this exchange program. You can have a view that we are already at the international level in signing of MOUs, of the area of mutual interest, ecosystem, environmental engineering, water quality monitoring. So why I am putting up these slides is that definitely, each university has its individual capacity to attract foreign students in their own university. And this present, program, which AIU has organized, definitely, it's of great importance, and we should definitely try to see in our own universities how, we can encash this facility of having students on our roll from abroad, maybe a small program or maybe a degree program. Now, some of the challenges which are there, for this internationalization of higher education. And when I talk about region-specific situations, I talk about Kashmir. We have our own, problems. And I think the online type of mode will definitely attract, students in some of the courses. Funding support, ambience and facilities, as was already talked about by the earlier speaker. Ensuring quality, matching level of quality discourse. Of course, our courses have to be come up to that level at international level where we can compete with other qualities, with other, quality education globally. Then only we can have students from abroad. Very important cross-cultural acceptance and appreciation of our courses is very important. Otherwise, we'll not have the takers. Flexibility, credit transfer policy, examinations. And I think the new education policy, their various objectives fulfills all these strategies. And I'm sure that in due course of time, the way various universities are working in our country towards implementation of new education policy will definitely help us the way this present program was organized. So with these words, I once again thank you, AIU, for organizing this particular conference. I have been very brief, keeping in view the time at my disposal, just 10 minutes, but definitely we all have learned, and I have been connected since morning, and definitely a great experience. With these words, thank you very much to the chair and the other speakers of the session and the delegates who are attending. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful deliberation. Now we shall have question answer session for 30 minutes. I request our chairperson to take this session forward. Due to time constraint,
so maybe we can have one or two questions because 15 minutes. Yeah. Mike.
I have few facts, then I'll come to my question, because we are talking about the international student. Why students are not coming? And when we see out of 13 lakh students going every year from India, but hardly we are able to attract 50,000. Okay, let us have a case study. We have seen many universities in India now, they're offshore campus. They have opened in Dubai, they opened in UK and US also, and they're not struggling with the admissions. So even for the developed nations, the students are coming and joining those campuses. So where is the gap? The gap is first in terms of infrastructure. We are not able to provide that kind of infrastructure to any international student. That is the biggest cause, because students are accepting our curriculum, students are accepting our delivery, students are accepting our faculty. But the biggest gap is the infrastructure. Number one. Number two, if you see the gross enrollment ratio in India for higher education, in higher education institution, it is struggling only 30% with 1,000 odd universities. So if you want to increase with the mission to increase to 50% or beyond 50%, so are you in a position to open another 1,000 university? No. So the answer lies in online education. And the window to attract international students is online education. We can design and prepare the curriculum online education very well. We have seen in the last 2 years. So that will be the opening window where we can attract the students from offshore, from the developed nation. They can come and take our courses. And now with the national education policy, where the flexibility of multidisciplinary, cross-disciplinary, interdisciplinary. So if you stick to those outcome-based learning based on these parameters, then I think we'll be able to attract good number of foreign students. Thank you.
Yeah, we have one more question.
Thank you very much. I'm Tankeshwar Kumar, Vice Chancellor, Central University, Haryana. I was just listening, we also facing the problem of this hygiene and food. I just solve the problem that okay, I allow them my foreign student to stay outside because they don't want to live in a room, shared room. They don't want to have a shared toilets. Right? In previous university, I built the international hostel, but in this, I'm just saying that we have such a problem. And, if I look at this problem, we need to do something. All universities have to do. I will say the UGC and all the governing bodies have to do something. Every university, which, for example, now started a course on environment, right? But, can't we start a course on public health? I know what is cleanliness, but my supervisor who is getting all these things cleaning, he's not having that IQ because he has never visited any good institute or good country or good hotel even, right? So he has no vision of that, what kind of the hygiene I want, what kind of the cleanliness I want, what kind of food want. So we should have a public health department, a public health course in every where we can produce such manpower. When we know we have our country, the Prime Minister from the Lal Killa said toilets, right? He made so many toilets in this. Can't the educationist make such a program where we can make this, hygiene problem to come to that level that we can have a better hygiene for our students and for the whole of the country. We have to really make a program for all the university to run in a public health where can produce manpower, where know what we want, and then we can only solve this problem.
So I'll just take half a minute responding to what you said. I personally fundamentally agree with you. I think quality is not about having differential quality. If you're talking about hygiene, then it's not about creating a separate international hostel, but every hostel, every toilet, every washroom, every mess needs to be of international quality. I think that's the first point I'd like to say. Well, we can start with microcosms like universities, and it'll spread into the country. I also believe in what I call the ghost town theory, which basically says that if you give dirty things to people, they make them more dirty. If you give people nice things, they'll make them nice. And talking about very simple things like washrooms, sorry, we are academicians, this is not the right topic, but there are business models which are built purely around this. If you go between Delhi and Chandigarh, there is a huge dhaba called Haveli, which you might be aware. Its only proposition is quality washrooms. And they are actually, I don't know whether you know, but they have a 200 crore revenue per year. So it's a very, very big topic. And personally, I believe it's very important. Coming back to how do we make people aware, one of the things I'm starting to do is there's a world-class shopping mall next to my university in Chandigarh called Elante. So I'm sending my housekeeping workers, cleaning workers over there to say, okay, that's the type of standard that you might want to have. So I think we culturally need to align everyone, students, faculty, staff, to really change this attitude. It's going to take time, but hopefully it can happen. Thank you.
So Atulji, can you make a small video on how to attract foreign students, or how, what do foreign students want in India? So if we can have a small video, we can upload it on the AIU website also, whether it is food, hygiene, or any other thing, like whatever you spoke about in your presentation. If a small video of 5 minutes or 7 minutes can be there, maybe if you know that we are making a network called INHI, Indian Network of International Higher Education. So this will be a very, very important input for that particular network. So
Definitely, ma'am. I'll separately speak to you and make it happen.
We'll
Definitely.
put it on the AIU website.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think there's one hand raising over there.
Thank you so much. It's a follow-up question to Professor Atul, and that's boiled down to what's exactly we focused on the I would say the hospitality management, right? So I'm from the marketing background, from the industry for last 18 years, and recently joined the education sector as a director. I believe the fundamental difference, and I want to know your point of view on that, is differentiating the education sector from product versus a service marketing. I mean, when we say product, I'm not diminishing even the iota of the noble things around the faculty and the staff doing in the education sector. But we have to think more in terms of the services of marketing, because this is my thought. In fact, when we see into the IT, when we build the campus around the IT, Infosys and Wipro, we think in the factor of services, not just the product of our softwares, but around that. I'm coming to the point of education. I want to know your view on that, which should not be just looking into the hospitality where the residence halls and the dining halls are, but let's look about the entertainment services. When the students come, we want to talk about the movies, the museums, and we want to talk about the financials, the students' account, the financial aid which students can get. And probably the fourth one is the health. We talk about more services towards the health in terms of counseling as well. These are kind of missing vastly in our education sector, specifically to that. So I want to know your thoughts on making a change, which you said from a product to service or marketing can make that happen, the big picture you have given to us, or if it has to be the same way as it has to be like product marketing of the education commodity.
It's a difficult question to answer, but I think when I was talking about hygiene, I think that's the lowest level of problem that we need to solve. There are multiple levels, but I'm going to give one more statistic over here to everyone. And this is something that we can't change as universities. But if you go back to a survey which was done by QS on the top student-centric cities of the world, the highest ranked Indian city is Mumbai, and it's ranked 106. Seoul in South Korea has moved up from ranked, I think 94th or 95th to 5th ranked. And you'll see foreign mobility, student mobility getting into those particular universities which are located in student-centric cities. So I think it's also something which collectively we need to do as a nation in around creating student-centric cities, student-friendly cities. And we need to understand what Gen Z wants. And we can't put our perspectives onto Gen Z. So that's the first point. I think the second point is, I call it breaking the gates. All large universities I know of the world, the best universities, just don't have gates, ma'am. The city and the campus merges with each other. And we as universities are very proud to have huge campuses with huge gates, with so many people out there trying to prevent people from coming inside. So somewhere that intermingling doesn't happen. So I think it's a bigger issue. It's a bigger question. There needs to be a change in terms of mindset of our universities, but the product is very, very important. And I think one of my friends said, the good news is the product is there. I mean, the product of IIT Kanpur or Jamia or any other good university is really, really good. So if you can fix some of those basic issues, there is no reason why we can't attract great students. We've got the price advantage. And I think we need to sell that very aggressively. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, sir. Now I request the session chair to give his remarks.
We have received a lot of inputs from our distinguished speakers, as well as the observations which we got from the distinguished experts present over here. How to enhance our reach for internationalization? The question is there. The challenges were also being identified and narrated also, and points were also discussed. Rightly said that the mindset is one of the area wherein we all have to work for it. And we are having the potential also. Since Pankaj ji is sitting over here, I know that she has started an initiative in our country that is Swayam courses. 2016 Ministry of Education initiative. And as of today, around 3,000 courses are available. And more than 2.8 crore registrations they are being made on the platform. Most of us are not knowing about it, even if we are in the field of academics. It tells us clearly that even in Western countries also, the Coursera has come up in a big way. That is course-based registration and course-based certification. And in the national education policy also, the credit transfer and the academic bank of credit, both these things they have been emphasized. And recently for the academic bank of credit, UGC has come out with a regulation in May 2022 to register the students for their own bank account. And the process has got good results. In a span of 45 days or so, 32 lakh students they were registered, their own bank account. Whatsoever courses they have cleared, that will be credited to their account, and later on that can be encashed for getting the degrees. The same is very popular in other countries of the world. And when we are thinking about internationalization, why don't we move in that direction? Completing a program of 3 years duration. Internationally, people coming over here for 3 years and they feel that 2 or 3 courses, they could not do it. Within that specified period of 3 years, they got the visa for that. Now, if we say that out of 18 courses, 16 courses they have cleared, let that certification be done for that. Let the account be created with that 16 courses. Existing all over the globe, international practice is already there. And now in India, we are also having the regulations for that. The mindset of our distinguished administrators, academic administrators, that needs to be changed. Because now the regulation facilitates us to go for it. Course-based registration, academic bank of credit, credit recognition, the Swayam experience, which Pankaj and the UGC has initiated in 2016. 4-quadrant approach, the contents are there, the delivery is there, discussions forums are there, and finally the evaluation. And the tests, they are being conducted by the National Testing Agency, again, Ministry of Education. Credit transfer is already permitted. In case of international students, at least we can look into that aspect more carefully and start certifying even the courses also. I would like to share one small experience which I experimented only 3 days back. I was also having the charge of Central Hindi Directorate, an institution engaged in promoting Hindi at the national level, especially in those areas where the Hindi speaking people are not there. Indian Council for Cultural Relations is also there, which is promoting Hindi at an international level. And they're sending people from here to those countries. Contents are there with Central Hindi Directorate. They're not being used for international forums. We made contact with each other, and now only 2 days back an MOU was signed. That the material of Central Hindi Directorate, which is only primary Hindi, it is very rich in contents. The videos are also there. We are going to improve it further to suit to the requirements of the learners. And we are reaching to 9 countries immediately. So we have to think out of box. Try to identify the areas, because it is not a complete program. It is a small course on which our objective is to make them aware of the basic Hindi. And later on, the demand is also there for certification, certificate in Hindi and the diploma in Hindi. So we have to find out the newer areas wherever it is possible. And we can do it. And all these are the tested experimentations which have been made all over the globe and also in our country. Rich resources are available in the SWAYAM. The courses are in humanities, the social sciences, technology, management, and engineering also. And that gives us a lot of flexibility. A student who is doing a PG course in social sciences, he can go for a course in computers. He can go for a course in physics. And that is what our national education policy also tells us. Multidisciplinary education. We can think on those lines also. And in all other countries of the world, that experimentation is going on. We have to simply adapt us, change our mindset, and try to see that how we can put our contents and the delivery mechanism in such a way so that it may suit to the needs of the international learners. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for this exhilarating address. Now, I would like to invite our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Galgotias University, Professor Dr. Preeti Bajaj, to present a memento to our chairperson, Professor Nageshwar Rao. Again, I request ma'am to present a memento to Padam Shri Professor Nazma Akhtar. Next again, I request Honorable ma'am to just present a memento to Dr. Atul Khosla. We'll also felicitate our speaker, Professor Nilofer Khan, virtually. We'll send the memento by post. Thank you.
So on behalf of Association of Indian Universities and Galgotias University, I thank the chairperson of this session for so wonderfully conducting this session. And I thank all the speakers, Madam Nazma Akhtar, Madam Nilofer Khan, and Professor Atul Khosla. So we all shall break for the tea for 15 minutes and rejoin after 15 minutes sharp for the next session. We already have the chairperson and speakers of the next session with us, so let us not delay it.
Hello. Hello. May I request all to please be seated? Hello, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you, ma'am.
Sorry, madam, we are getting delayed. We are waiting for the audience to join. We just had the tea break for the earlier session. So people are coming and we'll start as soon as they come.
But you never informed us about this change of time.
No, it was not a change of time. It was just a delay. We didn't change, voluntary.
But we logged in at 4:15 p.m. sharp, as per your circular.
Sorry for the inconvenience.
Hello, General Venkatesh. How are
How are you, ma'am? Good to see you. Very good to see
good
you.
to see you. Good to see you. What
Meeting
else
was-
we can do? We can see each other only.
yeah. That too, virtually. And,
Virtually, yes.
how are things, ma'am? How are you?
Yeah, it's good. It's good. And how are you doing?
All good,
I
ma'am.
keep on hearing a lot about you from my friends like Professor Chintamani Mahapatra
Oh, yes.
and Arvind. They talk
Yeah.
very good things about you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Yeah, Dr. Mahapatra was here for a planning board meeting a couple of days ago.
Yeah. He told me. Yeah, very recently.
Just a couple of days ago, on the 5th of November, he was here.
I know.
We had a long session of almost 4 hours on planning and monitoring of the university. And
Okay. No, you have been doing great job, I tell you.
thank you, ma'am. Good to hear compliments from fellow vice chancellors. How much I deserve, I do not know, but yes.
No, but the people who talk about you, they know it very well that how much you deserve.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I invite you to come and visit our campus sometime.
Sure. Sometimes, maybe in future.
Yeah, I will also look forward to visiting you sometime.
Sure. You're most welcome to visit us anytime.
Good evening, Venkatesh. You are muted.
Very good evening to you, ma'am. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good
Your
evening.
article has appeared in this issue of University News. Thank you so much for contributing.
Oh, thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
So we'll just start the session. We have a few more people to come. We just had the tea break.
There is some echo coming on. I don't know why.
Some
Now?
echo, voice echo.
Yeah.
Now it is coming?
Yeah, it's
No,
better
now it's not coming.
Yeah, I think my finger was there on the keyboard, so.
Okay.
Ma'am, shall we start it? So, Amrita?
Welcome back. Welcome back to the North Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 22-23 of AIU. The theme for this session is International Collaborations in Research and Teaching. Student mobility is simply the most visible part of a greater topic of internationalization, which encompasses a wide range of exchanges and collaborations. Collaborative teaching and research involving institutions are now taking off. In this context, it may be pointed out that a strong research base is crucial for fruitful collaborations. Therefore, as regards teaching and research, the partnership has to be between equal or near equal partners. The government of India is signing MOUs with many countries, especially the US, UK, Germany, Australia, Korea, Japan, Taiwan, Singapore. Governments of developed countries are keen to promote research collaborations in key sectors between institutions in their countries and Indian institutions. So this is high time to develop strategies to increase collaboration and research. For this session, we have among us Professor Shanti Sri Dulupadi Pandit, Vice Chancellor Jawaharlal Nehru University as chairperson. I invite ma'am to the dais. We have with us Professor N.V. Varghese, Vice Chancellor, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi, as one of the panelists. So please come to the dais. We also have with us Lieutenant General M.D. Venkatesh, retired Vice Chancellor, Manipur Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. And we have another speaker with us, Professor Anupriya Notial. Sorry, Anupurna Notial. I do apologize. Let me introduce our chairperson. It's a matter of great honor. Professor Shanti Sri Dulupadi Pandit is the Vice Chancellor of Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi. She is the first woman Vice Chancellor of the university and is also an alumnus of an internationally renowned professor of political science. Professor Pandit held the post of Vice President and President of the International Political Science Association earlier. She is the member of several national and international committees and apex bodies like ICSSR, ICCR, IIAS, MAKIAS, MPISS, and has been nominated to several selection committees of journal universities as the nominee or President of India. She is the founding member of two organizations working for society, New Life for India Movement and Youth Forum for Gandhian Studies. She is the author of the books Restructuring Environmental Government in Asia, Ethics and Policy, and Parliament and Foreign Policy in India. We have with us our learned speaker, Professor V.N. Varghese, Vice Chancellor, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration. Professor N.V. Varghese is the Vice Chancellor of the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi. He is the founding director of the Center for Policy Research in Higher Education, New Delhi, head of governance and management and in education at the International Institute for Educational Planning, Paris, head of its training and education programs at IIEP, Paris, and head of higher education and specialized training at IIEP, Paris. Former professor and head of educational planning at NIEPA, New Delhi, and head of the DPEP cell in NIEPA, member of several international boards, committees, and editorial boards of journals, directed several national and international research projects and carried out research projects in several countries of Africa, Asia, Latin America, and the CIS region. He had published more than 30 books and research reports and more than 200 research papers and articles. We have with us another learned speaker, Lieutenant General MD Venkatesh, Vice Chancellor, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. Earlier, he was Vice Chancellor of Sikkim Manipal University and founder faculty of the Department of Medical Education, Technology at AFMC, Pune. He is the recipient of numerous honors and awards, including the prestigious Visist Seva Medal by the Honorable President of India. He was governor in the Board of Governors for the Indian Academy of Otolaryngology and Head and Neck Surgery, member of Medical Advisory Council for National and Medical Commission, member of General Assembly of Indian Council for Cultural Relations. We also have today with us Professor Annapurna Notial, Vice Chancellor, Hemavati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University, Srinagar. Professor Annapurna Notial is the Vice Chancellor of SNB Garhwal University, Srinagar. A Fulbright scholar, Professor Notial is a distinguished professor of political science and a visiting scholar in the Department of Public Affairs, Governance and International Relations of George Mason University, Fairfax, Virginia, USA. A great orator, Professor Notial has delivered several invited lectures on India's foreign policy, Indo-US relations, emerging world order, and women issues at national and international forums. She has to her credit 8 books and several research papers in leading national and international journals like Strategic Analysis, Economic and Political Weekly, India Quarterly, China Report, Indian Foreign Policy Journal, International Journal of Disaster Risk Republic. She is also contributes regularly to national newspapers like Deccan Herald, Pioneer, Tribune, Times of India, Live Mint. To facilitate our honorable chairperson and learned speakers, I would request Professor Pankaj Mittal, Madam, Secretary General AIU, to present a bouquet as a token of our love and respect. To welcome Professor V.N. Varghese. And with the permission of chair, may we start? Over to you, ma'am.
Respected Professor Varghese, Professor Suranjan Das, Madam Mittal, Pankaj Mittal, and other friends and fellow Vice Chancellors. And today we are in the last technical session, and this is on international collaboration in research and teaching. I think I will have the last word because women prefer to have the last word. So I would first request Professor N.V. Varghese, Vice Chancellor of the National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, NIFA, to put forth his points. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Professor Suranjan Das, Madam Pankaj Mittal, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, and fellow Vice Chancellors. It gives me a great opportunity to stand in front of you and share some of the issues related to collaborations in research. Friends, it is indeed a new chapter that is getting opened in terms of higher education system in India. The new policy has certainly opened new avenues, but at the same time, the progress that you are seeing is also a checkered progress that is we need to keep in mind. let me focus not on higher education, but on research and partially on teaching. No country in the world can claim to have monopoly on knowledge. And therefore, collaboration becomes ipso facto necessary and unavoidable. There is a compulsion, academic compulsion, there's a political compulsion, and there is a national compulsion to improve the national competitiveness to expand the vistas of knowledge and the boundaries of knowledge and the frontiers of knowledge. So that is one. Secondly, if you look at the history of development and evolution that is taking place in terms of the research that is taking place in different areas in higher education, one trend that you find is that the knowledge production has changed substantially over a period of time. If I use the Gibbons terminology, what you find is that mode 1 knowledge production has given place to mode 2 knowledge production. This has a lot of implications when you're talking about how knowledge production is managed, organized, and systematically delivered and disseminated. Because in terms of knowledge production, when it is a mode 1, it is more departmentalized or departmentalism that has been very vehemently promoted and continued to be promoted in many parts of the world, and especially in the universities and the institutions. That is discipline-based, department-based, individual-based, and that is the mode of research that we used to talk about it. But when we talk about mode 2 knowledge production, we are talking about a system which is more dispersed, more diffused, and we are also talking about a system which is more multidisciplinary in orientation, and that has a lot to do with the way research is carried out. And also you find that this cannot be done by an individual. So one point of collaboration comes from the academic interest, whereby the change in the knowledge production that is undertaken by the university has undertaken and dramatic change that is taking place, whereby the collaboration becomes very, very important. Knowledge is a public good, but institutions producing knowledge are not public. That is why knowledge has been put on the marketplace. That is why we talk about guards and trade in knowledge production and trade in education. For modes of trade, when we talk about it, has a lot of implications for the way that we organize education. If you look at the history of the research evolutions, what you find is that, say, for example, if I look into 2021 science report of UNESCO, it indicates that a large share of research that is taking place, there is a lot of difference in the capacity to produce knowledge between different regions. For example, in the regions of United States and some of the developed countries, you find that the per million, if you take the consider, there are more than 4,300 scientists per million population. But whereas you come to India, it is only 217 and 223, etc. In other words, even when I say that knowledge production is not a monopoly of any country, if you take 3-4 countries in the world, you find that a substantial amount of knowledge production is taking place from these countries. Now, if I talk about the Nobel laureates, between 1900 and today, 2021, latest year for which data are available, there are 1,975 Nobel laureates. I'm not talking about, sometimes the Nobel is shared, Nobel Prize is shared, so I'm taking into account that. And out of that, you will find that 40% are from United States. And what is more important to see is that 35% of the Nobel laureates in United States are migrants, which also shows the mobility pattern that is taking place in terms of the knowledge production that is taking place in the world. So therefore, this is a background drop that I want to say, that why it is becoming important to have collaborations, why collaboration becomes unavoidable. Now, if you see the ways in which knowledge production has taken place and the orientation of knowledge production in many of the countries, let me move more to the developing countries and less developed countries. Developing countries perhaps not the most ideal word to use. So let me use to less developed countries. There are 3 stages in which collaboration took place. I classified it into 3 terms. The first stage is collaborations for national development. It's very important to see that international collaborations for national development. In the post-independence period, in most of the countries in Asia and in Africa, and partially in Latin America, because Latin American countries became independent much earlier, what one finds is that in many cases, the framework for education, the framework for research, the framework for teaching in the universities was public sector-led institutions, publicly funded, public policy, and publicly managed institutions. And you find that at that point of time, there are serious efforts by the national leaders to bring international efforts or international agencies to start institutions in the national level. If you go back to India, the first university that was, first IIT that was established in Kharagpur in 1951, was starting from that to other IITs established here. The IIMs which are established here, the NITs which are established here, you'll find that all these were foreign collaborations. One of the good things that were done by the leaders, national leaders in the post-independence period is that for freedom, they fought against the imperial powers, but after freedom, they tried to negotiate with them to bring them to produce and generate and create the capacity to do research in this country. This is very different from some of the experiences that you have, say, for example, in Africa. In Africa, the process was that is called as the Africanization of the administration, Africanization of development. We did not have that much problem in that. We had a different model, and that culminated, that led to a substantial change and substantial increase in the collaboration efforts by the national authorities, national universities, and setting up the national universities. I should also make a clarification that research was not part of the university system in India when the 3 universities in 1957 were established in Calcutta, Bombay, and Madras. In fact, it was in 1900 presidential address in Calcutta by Ashutosh Mukherjee. He found that there is no research in India, and therefore there is a need to do research. So he invited many people, including Professor Raman, etc., to start their own laboratories, and that is how research became part of the university system. Why I'm making this point is that these were efforts to build national capacities in knowledge production, and we relied on internationalization as an effort. And if you see the faculty development positions at that point of time, teachers who are developed, and many departments in many universities are developed as a result of the foreign trained teachers. Even today, when you go to many of the best universities ranked either by NIRF or by the global ranking or by any other accreditation agencies, A++, etc., you find a good number of faculty trained, socialized to the international faculty members. We will find that people who are sitting here is also not an exception to this trend. That is the first stage in terms of research development, research collaboration. The second stage in terms of research collaboration was that production for the global world, not moving from the national to the global era. And when you said that knowledge was considered to be an important dimension, and knowledge production became a productive area and also a profitable area, that is the time that we moved away from the state framework of producing knowledge to the market framework of producing knowledge, and knowledge production became a profitable entity, even in terms of the marketized process and corporate processes. And that is the time when we talk about production, not for the national development, but for the global market, global development. And quite a lot of changes that we find in terms of the organization of knowledge production and knowledge transaction. And that is so you find that, education is placed in the marketplace. Student mobility became one of cross-border student mobility became one of the important dimensions. And you find that this change also became profit became one of the criteria, or revenue generation, if I can use a lighter term. Revenue generation became one of the important dimensions of offering research or offering seats in the colleges and also conducting research. This is a diametrically different orientation from what we used to have in the immediate post-independence period. The third stage, what I like to characterize, since I have only limited time, I cannot get into the details. The third part that I would like to highlight is in terms of now the collaborations are talked more in terms of improving your status, in terms of your number in the global ranking. Ever since 2003 and 4, global ranking started.
3 of the rankings are the most important rankings. There is an effort in every country to see that how to improve the ranking. There are 2 ways in which national governments in different countries have responded to this. One is that criticize the ranking, methodology is wrong because we are lower in the ranking. So we will start our own ranking. So that when we start our own ranking, our institutions will be in the top rank, So that is sarcastically, but not without any ground at all, So therefore, this is one response. The other one is that what China did, starting with the 985 project or 211 projects, etc. They identified 100 or 140 institutions, tried to give higher investment to these institutions, tried to de-link undergraduate degrees from these universities, make it graduate degree and research oriented, and they have gone up. The top ranking university today is Peking University in Asia, and among the world rankings, last year it was 22. I think this year the latest one is 19, perhaps. I may be wrong. I should not be quoted on this. So you find that. So how do we go up in the ranking? So what you find is that constructing world-class universities have become a slogan. We talk in terms of India, in terms of institutions of eminence. Previously, it was started in 2016 as world-class universities. Then somebody will be evaluating after some time whether it is world-class. Once it is institutions of eminence, nobody can evaluate, give a negative evaluation. So we moved from world-class universities to institutions of eminence. And we have agreed that in 2017, in the budget, we have budgeted for 20 universities, 10 from the public and 10 from the private. The other point that I would like to say within the limited time is that there is a tendency that we look westward for collaborations, research collaborations and teaching collaborations. Government of India has started several programs like a GYAN, like the Spark, etc. But I don't want to get into the details of this. But one trend that you find is that we look to westward in terms of collaborations. And this is also a trend. Unfortunately, we do not look to Asian countries. But a trend that is emerging recently, if you see that the collaborations with Japan, collaboration with Korea, not to that extent in China, although China has very good institutions for political reasons, what you find is that there is a way of looking to Asian countries for research collaboration. This is a trend that you find, which I have analyzed in one of my articles, try to see that how these changes are taking place, So that is one trend that we find. The second and equally important trend that we find is that social sciences are getting importance in the collaborative efforts. Previously, it was mostly technology or medicine and subjects like that who are getting emphasis. A last point that I would like to make is that a source which needs to be tapped for international research collaboration is doctoral study programs. And I think that is not adequately effective. Previously, the government used to support a lot of study programs, doctoral study programs to go abroad with a feeling that they should come back. But this is here, Newton's third theory was proved wrong. Those who went up did not come down, Those who went with fellowships and others to the other countries to study, it did not come back. So we did not support that. But today the change is that it is family funded from your own pocket, that undergraduate studies, graduate studies, even the doctoral studies are funded. And as a result of that, what is happening is that when these students come back or when these students are continuing, these collaborative efforts are becoming more and more important, and that has more sustainability in 2 ways. Even if they are settling down in the foreign countries, the diaspora effect is substantial in terms of the collaborations that are established. And in terms of diaspora, India and China, these 2 countries have the biggest number of diaspora, and also some of them are very well placed in from both these countries. There are 31 million people of Indian origin settled abroad. So we have the largest amount of foreign currency, foreign amount brought to India. It is around 80 billion or plus. So we have that. So these are the areas where we need to tap. I end with saying that government need to strategize which are the areas where we need to collaborate and try to get a benefit out of that. Such fellowships, programs, funding
financial support should be extended more in a targeted way rather than in an indiscriminate way. That's one way of creating future. Why I'm saying is that if you invest in a person like me or any other professors, they are in the system for 5 years, 6 years, or 10 years. But when you invest in a doctor student who is in the 20s, they are in the system for 35 to 40 years. They will generate conditions, they will sustain the effort, and they will continue with the collaborative efforts and bring more rewards to the national competitiveness and national development. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Verghese. Many of your points are well taken, and maybe when we have the question and answer session, you can. The next speaker is Lieutenant General Dr. M.D. Venkatesh, Vice Chancellor, Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Manipal. Professor Venkatesh.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam. MC, should I share my presentation or you're presenting from there?
You can share, sir.
Yeah. How do I go back? Yeah, first slide.
Lieutenant General, please keep to 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. I'll try to keep it to 10 minutes. At the outset, warm greetings from Manipal Academy of Higher Education, an institution of eminence deemed to be university. Distinguished chairpersons, academicians, fellow vice chancellors, ladies and gentlemen, let me place on record my sincere gratitude to the organization, AIU and Galgotias University for this opportunity to interact with you today. The topic for today's discussion is internationalization of higher education with special emphasis on research and teaching. Since the discussion has been going on, I'm sure there'll be plenty of overlaps in my talk. So in my short presentation, I would make a presentation on cross-border education, the approaches, opportunities, challenges, policy interventions, and also a brief overview on internationalization at MAHE. So this is the overview. I'm going to speak on what is cross-border education, importance of internationalization, emphasis of national education policy on internationalization, internationalization of the curriculum, internationalization strategy, international outlook and ranking and its impact, and a brief outlook on internationalization at MAHE. It's the movement of people, knowledge program providers, the curriculum across national or regional jurisdictional borders that is referred to as cross-border education or internationalization. It refers to dual and joint degree programs, branch campuses, virtual and online education, and also in terms of mobility, both student and faculty mobility. Internationalization of higher education is linked to the development of cooperation projects, academic exchange programs, and commercial initiatives, which Dr. Verghese referred to. Among the many advances in higher education sector, internationalization has emerged as one of the key drivers of international organizational growth. As we understand, internationalization is one of the big new ideas in the new national education policy. And there is a national aspiration that India has to be promoted as a hub of world-class education in pursuit of excellence. One of the key parameters of any institutional strategy, which is pivotal in the World University Ranking Framework, where diversity of international students and faculty and internationally co-authored research publications and grants have a direct and an indirect impact on the overall ranking outcomes. MAHE's stated commitment to internationalization is to secure global recognition as a reputed organization facilitating knowledge and cultural exchange, recognizing the diversity and being inclusive, creating a very stimulating environment and enhancing partnerships to have meaningful outcomes. With the emergence of cross-border education, there's a significant growth in the mobility of higher education programs and providers through physical and virtual modes of delivery. This has created newer avenues for improved access to higher education, strategic partnerships, formation of alliances and consortia, both to promote student mobility, researchers mobility, faculty mobility, joint research of programs, and also funding amongst partners to enhance research and collaborations. And this will indirectly provide with improvement in the human resource and institutional capacity. Various forms of cross-border education would be on twinning programs, establishing branch campuses, joint and dual degrees, online education. This also includes, co-tutelage of PhD program and co-supervised PhD programs. And when we are looking at setting up a branch campuses, there are different ways in which the branch campuses can function. The program design and delivery is directed by the provider country or the institution. Program design comes from the receiver country, but the program delivery is by the host country. Program delivery is licensed to the local partner. Program is designed and delivered locally, but validated by an overseas provider. Provider country employs a purely distant mode of delivery. What is the importance of internationalization in the current context is it definitely has a bearing on the quality of academic quality. It improves the academic quality. It strengthens the institutional research capacity. The students who graduate have a greater global employment opportunities. And one university is also looking at increased international admissions. And the internationalization brings about internationally oriented students and staff because of the diversity that it brings into the system and a cultural connection that develop. This perhaps where India has always been talking about brain drain, but internationalization has the potential to bring in brain gain. But some of the faculty or the researchers who come from other countries, most of them, the diaspora holding Indian passports or outside passports, they tend to stay on with the host university, provided there is a encouraging environment in that institution. This also increases the student diversity and also would be one of the minor forms of revenue generation. In the national education policy, internationalization has found a very, very big mention and a lot of emphasis has been given. And now the new policies of UGC and in pursuant to the policy, top 100 universities of the world have been permitted to open campuses in India, either on their own or in collaboration with our existing universities. Offshore campuses by select Indian universities are also permitted. The academic bank of credits is a very, very big move, which encourages credit mobility, both within the country domestically and also abroad. This facilitates academic and research collaboration. The newer UGC guidelines of providing universities in the top 100 in NARF or with NAC more than 3.26 to establish international collaborations with top 1,000 universities of the world. And also the new university UGC directive that all universities must have an international office, which is a functional office to establish connections and collaboration. And more importantly, some emphasis on internationalization at home. That means more and more collaborations between universities within the country. And of course, I spoke about the various modes of international collaborations. Now, the approaches to international collaboration. There are 4 major approaches what one should expect to be employed for internationalization. That is, one is the mutual understanding that offers political, cultural, academic, and developmental aid goals. Skilled migration that gives stronger emphasis on recruitment of selected international students. This emphasis on student mobility. Revenue generating efforts offers higher education services on a full free basis. This once again can be an agreement between select universities to offer free concessions or to the international students, or have agreements that our own students also get free concession in foreign universities. Capacity building approaches especially in research, encourages use of foreign post-secondary education as a way of building an emerging country's capacity. Now, looking at how do we profile internationalization and policies, this can occur at multiple levels, at the national level, the institutional level, at the program level, and at the interpersonal and interactional level. However, the strategy is the strategic process for all these multiple levels of profiling would be setting of goals, analyzing current situation, correcting the goals after having spent some time on this, deriving strategic options, implementing the best options, and evaluating the results. The multiple components of internationalization in the form of foreign students, academic exchanges, collaborative programs, international networks, especially for research and collaboration, setting up campuses abroad, and joint research, which all these components have a major influence on internationalization. And of course, other influencing factors are external environment and the resource which the university or the country or the institution can generate to facilitate internationalization. Now, some of the strategies which are very, very relevant to institutions with regard to internationalization are commitment, articulated institutional commitments to go all out into establishing international collaboration, enabling leadership, administrative with good structure and staffing of the international office, curriculum. This is very, very critical. For us to invite international students to come to our campus, the curriculum could be so designed and learning outcomes should be so well defined that it will attract international students and they will find that doing such a program or a course in a foreign university, that is especially in India, will offer benefits to them in their own country or in the pursuance of their academic excellence. And the fourth important component is about the student mobility, both inbound and outbound. As of now, much of the student mobility happens in an outbound fashion from India to abroad. Very trickling of inbound student mobility is happening. Therefore, collaborative efforts towards enhancing international student mobility, one way of looking at it is getting into strategic partnership with the universities abroad. Second is to redefine a curriculum and learning outcomes. And in terms of establishing collaborations, especially in terms of research partnerships, there is a big opening which is available. Now more and more foreign universities are looking at collaborations. There are funding agencies which are available. Of course, the strategies from within the institutions have to be very clear. From within the institution, there has to be greater emphasis on infrastructure development for research incentives for faculty, promotion of faculty mobility or facilitating faculty mobility for research purposes to partner universities, investment in technology, especially in software and in publications, especially in promoting open access publications, which has greater capacity to attract collaborations. And of course, in other softwares like Peer Portal, where our own researchers' profile could be put on this portal, which is available to the rest of the world, and the other interested collaborators can connect with the institutions or the university or individually with the researchers and establish networks. The other important point with the institutions must keep in mind is about the faculty policy and practices. There has to be enabling practices to attract international faculty, both in short term and for long term. And perhaps one can get into partnerships with partner university with specific requests that there should be faculty mobility from both inbound and outbound from engaging universities. Now, I spoke about the internationalization of the curriculum. Curriculum content, pedagogical approaches used by teachers are key vehicles for improving teaching learning for all students, especially students who are coming from abroad to be part of our education system. Internationalization of the curriculum involves providing students with global perspectives of their discipline and giving them a broader knowledge base for their future careers.
Lieutenant General, an EP,
Yes.
you have crossed 15 minutes. Please conclude.
Okay, I'll quickly conclude, madam. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sorry. So the internationalization of the great, is of importance, especially in terms of ranking. You're looking at both QS and Times Higher Education rankings. The weightage indicators for internationalization, especially in terms of international faculty and students, is depicted in this. And of course, some of the challenges of international collaborations are to bring in a balance between quality and access. Educational products to be treated as is being treated as a trade commodity. This has also been brought out by Professor Verghese. Of course, we need to be careful about increase in poor quality of providers and collaborators. Recognition of foreign qualifications within the country is another challenge, especially with regard to health sciences qualification. And of course, we need to be careful about qualification of so-called diploma mills. And in the changing educational landscape, the institutions have to be very, very careful about advancing competing priorities and focus areas, realistically assessing the available resources, and engage in collaborations which are likely to provide return on investment. A quick word about internationalization. MAHE has been a pioneer in internationalization. Some of our group universities, and our branch campuses are present in these places. And the current status of internationalization at MAHE is Times Higher Education has ranked MAHE as #2 in India in terms of internationalization. We have more than 252 international collaborators, 15 with top 50 universities and 82 with top 500 universities. One of the important things that progress has occurred over the last 5 years has been the quantum of co-authored international publications. We have almost 32% of our publications. Currently, in this year, we have more than 3,200 publications, out of which 32% of them are internationally co-authored and multidisciplinary in nature. We have about 12% of the students in our campus who are from international students, and we have almost 142 adjunct faculty from international universities. So this is a key performance indicators in the last 5 years. So there has been a very progressive increase in collaborations, in increasing number of pathway programs, in postgraduate international admissions, and also there's a slight increase in the international faculty whom we are hosting at the university level. To conclude, internationalization is a result of streamlined intentional actions and not just series of incidental reactions based on the students. For higher education institutions, their staff, their students, and their communities, internationalization brings life-changing benefits as it connects them with the global environment and prepares them to be a global citizen, to be successful in their chosen field anywhere in the world. Thank you very much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, Lieutenant General. We appreciate your very detailed presentation and thank you for the same. I now request the last panelist, Professor Annapurna Nautiyal, Vice Chancellor Hemavati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University, Srinagar, to make her presentation. Ma'am, I request you to 10 minutes. Because
yeah. Thank you. I'll be sticking to 10 minutes only because my earlier speakers have covered almost all the areas. So there is nothing new which I would like to add. But at the outset, I would just send my warm greetings to everyone present there and to Dr. Pankaj Mittal, especially for making such efforts in the field of education and development, along with her colleagues, and also to chairperson of this session. And let me start with a very diverse kind of a picture. We just saw a presentation by General Venkatesh, and that university has got so many international students and international collaborations, but I am talking as a Vice Chancellor of a university which is located in a very remote area, and we don't have that pool of international students. So we are still striving hard to get those international students, because to me, this era is an era of international collaborations. We can see these collaborations coming in each and every field. Like if we talk about international relations, we have so many international collaborations in the form of like BRI, Belt and Road Initiatives, like ASEAN, BIMSTEC, like Quad, SAR recently in Sharm el Sheikh, the greatest the conference of the for climate change was going on, COP27. Then we have G20, G4, and United Nations is a greatest example of international collaboration where all the countries are the member of United Nations. But such kind of collaboration we are seeking in the field of education, particularly in research and for teaching. So this is a very important aspect, that why do we want to collaborate in international sectors and how we can do it. The first most important thing is that we have to have something new to offer for international collaborations. And we should have some kind of specialty which can attract the foreign collaborator. Although I'm not saying that the UGC is not making efforts or AIU is not making efforts. We have so many institutions like ICSSR, ICCR is trying its hard to invite the foreign scholars, but the number of foreign scholars is still very limited. We have other schemes also, like Fulbright exchange programs are there, DART exchange programs are there, EU fellowships are there. There are so many things, but still the number of foreign students is less. And we have just 3 poles in the field of education, like US, UK, China, and India is trying hard for becoming the 4th pole of education by attracting the foreign students. And this is a very important aspect. And this will not only be suitable for the metro towns, but also for the universities which are located, like our university is located in a very remote area. And then what we are going to offer, which should be mutually beneficial to our collaborators. So it depends on the specialties. Like I'll talk about my university, then that in which field we can collaborate, and we are collaborating. Like we are located in a Himalayan region, and we have our own advantages in the form of that we have very rich flora and fauna. We have very rich traditional and folk cultures. And besides that, we have the capacity to develop the education of yoga. As you know that Rishikesh is the capital of yoga. So we have started collaborating with the Yogpeeth Rishikesh for attracting the foreign students, because we have a department of yogic science. And our faculties are going to Rishikesh Yogpeeth for educating the foreign students, because they are unable to visit our campuses. And then what we are doing, we are also collaborating in the field of agriculture. And also we are collaborating in the field of climate change, because Himalaya is witnessing climate change in a very big way. And glacial melt and all other events are affecting the whole of India. So the teams are working on these areas which are attractive to other partners also. They are publishing, they are into the exchange mode of students and research scholars. And why they are doing it? They are doing studies on glaciers, and they are training the students in remote science. They are also giving the knowledge of the students of flow modeling, and also the field visits, like how to collect these samples, because studies cannot be only done in the classrooms. You have to have a connect with the area where you are working. So I think my perception is slightly different. The perception is like that why any institution will collaborate with you. So the first question is that what strength we have. Although, as I am saying, that the UGC and the AIU are trying their best, but even then it depends on the universities that how they collaborate and what they are going to do to attract the foreign students. And I am very sure that we have to first work on the reforms in our institutions, because there are so many hurdles which prohibit the easy access of students. So we have to first reform, then we have to perform, and then we have to transform the system by exchanges, bringing excellence in the system, and also equity. we should not forget about equity, because it's not the privilege of only the cities or only the metros which are located in good places, they have better facilities. Equity means the equity of every resource. Unless we develop an equitable society, I think the foreign collaboration will be in vain, because when we visit the foreign universities, they are just located in the remote areas, but they are fully full of facilities. There are every facility which is available to the students, and such facilities we lack. So we need to come at par with that kind of facilities for these kinds of exchanges. And then we also need to develop some opportunities, that how these opportunities will come. No opportunity will come to your door knocking. We have to find out some ways to get that kind of opportunity, to connect with the international universities and with the international students. And we have to have that kind of knowledge, capacity, and we have to have that kind of critical thinking and curiosity that should be developed in the students. Then only they can be at par with the foreign students. Why do they study? Why do they work in a particular area where they are working? So the capacity of probing, the capacity of finding out purpose, and also to make it possible, which is impossible, we have to make it possible, and also to solve the problem. So the most important thing is that we have to go in a way where international collaboration can be beneficial mutually. It should not be beneficial to only one pole. It should be beneficial to other pole also equally. Unless it is not based on equity and equivalence, I think it is not worth taking. We are going in a big way for international collaboration, but then we have to see that what we are investing and what we are going to sacrifice or what we will lose. And without this kind of exposure, I think we will not be able to develop ourselves. And as the NEP has come out in a big way, and NEP has given us that kind of a thinking platform where we can think about international collaborations, and everything has been made easy, like dual degree program, twinning, opening of campuses, and other schemes like GYAN and LEAP programs. So these programs are always helpful for the faculty and for the students itself, that they can take advantage of these programs and then go in a big way for international collaborations. Because unless we get exposed, our knowledge will be limited to ourselves only. And as India has to become a Vishwaguru, that Vishwaguru India can become by expanding the knowledge base. And this knowledge base will be expanded only when we work on our weaknesses as well as on our strengths. Because we have to sell our strength, not weakness. So we have to work on that. So as I said in the beginning only, that the two speakers have given enough hint, and they have talked about all the issues they have covered. So I have nothing new to add to it. But I am really thankful to you for giving me this opportunity. And I think I have not taken much time also. I have finished within time. So thank you very much for giving this opportunity to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Purna Nautiyal. And any questions? How many questions can we take, ma'am?
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. This is a question for Professor Varghese. Now, Varghese' talk is always stimulating, as has been today's case. So, could I raise two quick questions? Now, when we talk of university industry collaboration in terms of research, now this university industry collaboration for R&D, which is now the hallmark of the NEP, we essentially speak in the domestic context. But now, if we have to go in for research collaboration at international level, I think time has come also to extend the university industry partnership program at the international level. I give you one quick example. Now, every crisis is a silver lining. Pandemic had one. During the pandemic, there was a lot of youth creativity that came into the forefront, in where students and faculty members joined hands to make new innovations. And in Jadavpur University, for example, the students and faculty members joined hands to develop a low-cost ventilator. I made an appeal to each of the chambers of commerce in Bengal to help us in patenting it. There was no response. Now, this particular venture got an award in hackathon. An American company, with the help of an American university, wrote to us, got the design and got the patent. So I think time has come to also to extend the contours of university, industry, academic program to the international level. The other point, the research collaboration at the international level is a sine qua non for Indian research to survive. But again, when we go on for the international research collaboration, we should also be careful that this research collaboration is not detrimental to Indian interests. I give you one example. Take the case of GM seeds. Monsanto, the company which produce GM seeds, they are forbidden to experiment in the developed countries of the West. But they are experimenting in developing countries like India to make profit. So yes, we should collaborate, but we should also ensure that this collaboration is done in tune with Indian interests, in tune with Indian needs, and in a way that it does not stultify the Indian knowledge system. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you also for the positive comments that you're making about my presentation. Let me take these two issues. The first one is that what is national today is very difficult to define, given the character of knowledge. I started by saying that knowledge is a public good. We say it is a public good. You go by Samuelson's definitions of 1954, etc., you find that non-rivalry is one of the characteristics of a public good. And therefore, if you see rivalry in another person, we cannot develop that person's capacity. So one has to make a borderline. So for example, there are certain scientific findings which are kept very secret. And this secrecy also came because many of the fundamental research and the findings came from the defense services. So for example, if you take NASA and the research development and you see in the continuum, you find that this was one of the important reasons. You find that if you look into the computers or computer development technology, the ARPANET initially was used to send messages in the defense context. And if you see the public investment, USA used to make heavy investment, public investment. OECD used to make heavy public investment in research. But when they found that the Russian or the ex-Soviet Union was dismantled or disappeared, and when they found that there is no political mileage or reward that they get out of it, what you find is that now it is more privatized. The research is getting privatized. Say, for example, if you take the 2006 Lisbon agreement, it said that the OECD countries should spend 4% of their GDP for R&D activities. And if you see further, it is 2.6% of the 4% should be from the private sector. Only 1.4% should be from the public sector. So if you see the evolution from a historical perspective, what you find is that there is a change that has taken place. In other words, the political reward that the capitalist countries used to get by investing public money declined. As a result of that, the market intervention became important and corporate sector became the dominant player in many cases, So therefore, one has to see. So I'm not saying that if India is doing research on defense services, we cannot share it. Although knowledge is a public good, So there is little more than that, saving the security of the people, saving the life of people, security of the people, we cannot do that. But on the other hand, one of the positive contributions of COVID is that for the first time, the public sector and the public policy makers try to realize the importance of doing research on COVID and its remedies. But this was made public, whether it is done in the United States or India. What we tried to do was that when the medicine was produced, it was made public. So I'm taking up two examples whereby one says that at one level, the knowledge is the basis, but we are trying to internationalize this knowledge for the benefit of the humanity in general. So one has to make a distinction between the two. Now, when we come to industry, this is a very important position that you are taking. It is very important. But the difficulty is that industry and university are not linked in the
less developed countries. They are more linked in the developed countries. One of the reasons why vocationalization did not progress or skill development process is not developing in the less developed countries is that nearly 70 to 80% of the employment generation that is taking place in the less developed countries are in the agriculture, rural, agrarian sector. But people are going to schools to get away from the agriculture sector. And we are talking about vocationalization, the government policies, and we all responsible for that is talking about you send your child for vocationalization, not my child. So there is what I mean to say is that there is a dishonest choice we make as parents, dishonest choice that we make as family and households, And as a result of that, what is happening is that the capacity of the industrial units to support research is rather limited. But when we develop, when we progress, this will be changing. Second change that is taking place is that once you moved out, even in India from 1991 onwards, liberalization policies, once we moved out of the traditional Nehruvian framework of public sector dominated development, what one finds is that there is a lot of relevance that we find in terms of establishing linkages, need not be an institutional linkages, but in terms of the research and other activities undertaken by different faculty members. So this is the way, one problem. So I agree with you that United States found interest in having a collaboration, or UK found the interest in a collaboration, but perhaps India may not find it. Perhaps Bangladesh may not find it. Perhaps Sri Lanka may not find it for the reasons I mentioned. Thank you very much.
Professor Varghese, theoretically it's fine. I have been observing since the morning. You are a very practical person, and sometimes you are in some committees of the government also. You mentioned in your speech, through trained foreign faculty, we can very well improve the utilization of research. Right.
Sir, I did not say that. I said that if you go to top ranking institutions in India, you will find that they have a large number of
they don't have the fund even to fill. Policy, when you send every day one circular to the universities and all, you think about it, giving some funding also to the public universities. Without funding, of course, JNU very much well.
No, sir, we are in the poverty.
Very good. Jabalpur is also very good. It's okay. That is fine. But not all public universities are like that. We cannot engage even faculty from abroad. You are telling that we have to engage, keep them for 3 months, 6 months and all.
That is a GAN program.
Programs are okay, sir.
That is running.
No. Who will give funding for it? Even
government is giving.
Sir, as a vice chancellor, I want to recruit a person from abroad, but I must follow reservation policy. I have to give appointment only on reservation policy. There is no provision. Visa is not being given like that. What I am requesting you, through our president and all, give me a reply to UGC, give me a response to chairman UGC, not only giving notification, but also giving funding to the universities. Then only we can carry out, implement national education policy with the real spirit. Funding also for sir only, my friend. We have to attract foreign students. Yes, as per statistics, only 46,000 students alone enter into our own country from foreign countries, whereas we sent 2 lakh students outside. Fine. Why we are not able to attract? We don't have that much of facilities what the foreign students want here. They want air-conditioned facilities. Of course, few of them, they are beginning our good courses, traditional courses. Most of them are not like that. If we want to attract, we have to provide them state-of-the-art facility. That is happening in Galgotias University, in few universities of Tamil Nadu, all are private universities. For constructing an hostel, state universities. Now they are struggling even to give salary and all. One time you closed all the resources. Another time asking us to spend a lot for other things. So please be practical and recommend such things to the government.
Sir, basically, let me tell you that there is a big misunderstanding that has taken place. What I said and what you perceive to be what I said.
don't
is,
mean-
Let me complete. Let me complete. What first thing is that I never said that by publicly these students are sent abroad. Or on the other hand, what I argued is that the large jump that has taken place in terms of student going abroad or faculty going abroad, not because of the Indian public funding. On the other hand, I very clearly said that funding from the household sector and own pocket has gone up. That is the reason why we could jump. And to be more specific, sir, in 1962-63, the total number of students studying abroad was only 0.66 lakhs or 60,000. But it took nearly 30 years for that number to double, because it depended upon the funding sources from the less developed countries. But what you find in this century is doubling of these numbers very fast. Why? Because income levels of the household increased, and you find that people have become middle class. And when people have become middle class, their preference structure for schooling and also for international education changed. And the banks have become more liberal. And previously, the bank loans were not available for students because there is no security to be given. Once you become more rich, you have security to be given. And you get nearly 24 lakhs of rupees to go for foreign studies. And you will find that if you go to a place like Australia, you will be able to get a degree almost with that. But if you go to UK or USA, you will not be able to do that. That is why Australia became one of the favorite places for this. It had only less than 1% in 2000 by the turn of this century. But today there are 7 or 8% of the Indian students are going. Perhaps it is more. I may be wrong. Going, So there is a problem. Now, second, the research collaborations are not taking place through the government, what I mentioned. Many of these collaborations are taking place mostly funded by the external agencies. I did not get into the details of the fellowship schemes by DAC. DAC is the German funding agency. Now, there are 46,000 fellowships that are distributed every year. And out of these 46,000, 14,000 fellowships are going for the Germans. The remaining 32,000 fellowships are going for people from mostly from African countries and Asian countries. So that is a fellowship that is. So you had Commonwealth fellowship schemes that are available. UGC has started some fellowship schemes also, but these are not substantial numbers. So essentially, I was not talking about the public funded internationalization process. I was talking more in terms of the trends in internationalization market, internationalization process. And I was also talking about what you find is from the 1980s and in India, especially from the 1990s, there is a marketization process that has taken place where education is placed in the marketplace. And as a result of that, there is a lot of change that is taking place, So what is to be understood is that there is something concept called income elasticity of demand. And what does that mean? When your income goes, you prefer for quality rather than quantity. And this is applicable whether you go for education, whether you go for health. When you are very poor, your domestic may be going to a government hospital, but you do not like to take your child to a government hospital. You may be going to a private hospital. So when the income goes up, you have a tendency to go for quality. And there is a trade-off that takes place between quality and quantity. And that is applicable even in the case of education itself. These are phenomenon. So I did not say that it's through the public funding that it is to be done. I argued that there should be targeted fellowships to be given by the public agencies or government to ensure that the most crucial areas are promoted in terms of research and knowledge.
So can we permit some more questions? No. So I think you better, because it's getting 6 o'clock. No worry.
We can speak over dinner.
Yeah, if it is permitted, I would just like to share one more point, if I may be permitted before the concluding speech.
Let me at the outset thank AIU and the speakers for a very good session. I think a lot of questions. Sorry that we couldn't allow some of them. I apologize for the same. I had just a few ideas that as a chairperson, I thought I'll put it. I'll put it within 5 minutes because brevity is the soul of wit. One is the question I would like to ask all the vice chancellors is India was at a point of time a destination of knowledge, meaning we had Takshashila, Nalanda, you had people coming in here to study. And so what is it that has changed? The other is, I want to say, sir, you said knowledge, somebody told me knowledge is power, but power is also knowledge. So the very fact 3-4 countries are producing all the knowledge, it's because they hold economic, political, and military power. So this is something. The other area, I think what Indian universities should do is, we need to produce our own journals. JNU produces 3 Scopus journals, which are on the top 3 in the world. So I think we all universities should aim at that. Online production is very cheap. Nowadays, you can have even Kindle editions. So why don't we think of, having our own journals of international quality? I don't think in any way. And the other thing I would tell the government and others is, especially after the Vice Chancellor University lamented, one thing is very important, autonomy versus centralization. This whole idea of the center controlling everything is, I think, would go against knowledge production at least. And I think diversity against uniformity. This, one test, one syllabus, one dress, one language, one religion, one color will not work in India, because the Indian civilization believes in celebrating cultural diversity. Ekam sat vipraha bahuda vadanti. So you go against your own civilization if you're doing this. And I think this has to go to the people who make decisions. Another thing, I believe that we've just spent 3.1% of our GDP on education, which is pathetic. And in spite of it, I commend all the vice chancellors that we are doing quite well, some of us. We need at least 6% of our GDP. Most of you should know South Korea spends 15% of its GDP. We started at the same time, but we are still nowhere. So does even China. So why are we not spending that on our GDP even after marketization? And the other is Indian philanthropy. Is that they donate to Harvard, to Oxford. Why don't they donate to Indian universities? We ought to learn that. And the other is Nirmal Anand research. I'm not for international collaboration, but I know many of my science researchers in JNU. They do Nirmal Anand research, meaning their own lab. The lab is for themselves. Once they retire, the lab is closed. Okay, and they've got DST money. Recently, I had a agricultural company come to JNU because they told me I had a patent for some soil, fertilizer, which was natural. I didn't even know it existed. So, we don't, first of all, communicate. Somehow we are very secretive. We work in silos. I think before going international, sir, it's necessary that we collaborate within ourselves. This is something I would rather suggest, and I would also say that students be 15% over and above quota. We are talking about international students coming. The Indian policy does not permit it. JNU cannot take, we are basically a research-based university. We cannot take foreign students because of that cap done by UGC, 8, 6, and 4. You can't get them into the Indian quota because it's so competitive that, we have too many. We have 1 student to 1 lakh applications. And in that competition, how are we going to bring in the international students? So this is something where we need to, I think, look into policy and also maybe give universities autonomy. I don't think any one of us are going to do something that is against. I would only like to say that because everybody JNU has jumped the QS ratings. This year, just a week ago, we jumped from 580 to 361, beating all the IITs except two. That is Bombay and Delhi. Delhi is just 2 ranks above us. This is despite, sir, you said we have a lot of money. We are the least funded central university. BHU gets 1,300 crores, DU 1,000, Jamia 1,000, AMU 1,000. How much does JNU get? 470 crores. And despite it, we are the number 1. So I've told the minister, no rank, give me money. If I'm number 1, give me money. Saraswati, I told the Adnan Sami song, Kis kis ko lift kiya, mujhe bhi lift kara do. And I would only end up with what to say that if we want to really better our standards and compete with the global community and others, we would need to, what to say, bridge the gap between the conception and the creation, between the emotion and the response, because there falls the shadow between what we say and what we do and the research. And here I would only thank once again AIU for giving me this opportunity. And I hope we work together, Indian universities work together, private, public, share our knowledge, maybe have a common dashboard before we go international. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for chairing such an interactive session. Now, as a token of our appreciation for the time and input you all have shared with us, I request Professor Dr. Preeti Bajaj, our Vice Chancellor, ma'am, to present our memento to the chairperson, Professor Zulupati Pandit. To Professor Anvi Varghese. We also like to honor the speakers, those who have joined us online. So the memento will be sent by post. Thank you all. On behalf of AIU and Galgotias University, a big thank to all, to the chairperson and learned speaker and the audience. Thank you. Tomorrow we'll meet for the next session at 10 a.m. sharp. Thank you. So sorry. So now there's a small cultural program in the ground just opposite to this block, followed by dinner. I request all of you to join. Might be after 5-10 minutes, but then the team is there. So just for a small cultural program might be, and it's just some fun time as well for all those who have been day long, they were here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Money might not always. जी आ जाएगा ना भाई याद तो रहेगी वहां गया आगे